Just a second. Let's bring YouTube, Facebook. All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's an interest. We're gonna have an interesting. All right. And of course, it's because of you've been listening to the songs we've been playing for a bit now. They have to do with one of ours who passed away, and that's Lajita was an Ogogo. It's quite. It is what it is, I guess. And before we get into that, let me welcome everybody on all platforms. If you're joining us on TikTok, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for power tapping. I've got also 21.2k likes. Right here, we have lots of people who have been tapping. Akadol, Bumblebee is back. Happy New Year. Akadol, Bumblebee, of course, Koboko, HRH, KBC, everyone, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for liking the live. Thanks for pushing us to 21.6k likes. Please don't stop. Let's keep our tapping on TikTok. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks. Glad to have you, Bumblebee. Glad to have you. And to those of us on YouTube, we're glad you're here. Please like the live and share. And if you're on Facebook, please like and share as well. For those of us on Twitter, please like and repost. These things help to get the live out there. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above me here. And yeah, this one. Yeah, please click on this and join the team. Drop a heart me, drop gifts so we can push the live to the FYP together. I'm glad. Somebody can say I can't cook and you miss one. All right, that's one of the most brilliant pastors I know. His name is Pastor Kojo Emade, by the way, but yeah. But I'm glad we're all here, and hope you're having a wonderful day. And it's the start of a new week, so I hope you are having a great day at work, or you had a great day at work, depending on your, time zone. We're going to, like I said earlier, we're going to start on a somber mode, and that's because of the news that we received yesterday of one of Nigeria's finest, and of course Yoruba's finest actors, Alhaji Babatunde Taiwo, who passed on yesterday. Of course, you must have heard the news for a bit. They've been talking about, his daughter came out a couple of weeks ago to talk about the fact that he had stage 4 cancer. And, some people rose up to support, to help out people like the APC gubernatorial candidate of Ogun State, Solomon Adeola Yayi. There was also the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, tried to reach out. And then we saw, the actors, and actresses gather to pray for him and all of those things. And it's stage 4, so it's already advanced. So it's the man Taiwo Ogogo, who was born 31st October 1959, and he died 23rd August 2026. He was 66 years old. He was an actor, a screenwriter, a film director, a producer. And his acting career spanned 45 years. Right, he started acting at 21 in 1981. That's when he started acting. Okay, and he's been a full-time actor. Okay, sorry, he's made about 300 plus films. Okay, just in case you don't know a lot about him, I'll just read some things here. He went to Christ Church School, Ilaro, for his primary education, and then Gaskia College, Lagos, for his secondary education, before going to technical college. Afterwards, he trained as an automobile mechanic, worked for 13 years with Lagos State Water Corporation, then began acting in 1981. Left the Water Corporation to focus fully on acting in 1994. All right, and I think his major film at the time, in the beginning, the film that actually brought him out was like a breakthrough movie. Was Owoblo. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's on YouTube. It was made by Tadio Gidon. It was also Femi Adebayo's first movie. He acted as the younger Owoblo, Owolabi, and then Ogogo was the older one. I think that was one of the most brilliant movies of the time. Even till today, maybe they need to help us. Maybe they need to help us remaster that movie. And this goes to Mr. Tadio Gidon. Something TK did recently. That was Mr. Snake. Something he did where he remastered Shaoroide, and it's on YouTube now as well. I'm advertising because I think people should watch these movies. Shaoroide is on TK Opomulero on YouTube, so please go out and check it once we're done, and not now. So there's that, and I think Owoblo is one of those movies. TK needs to do more movies, by the way, in terms of remastering. Excuse me, remastering just means to make it sharper, make it clearer, because it was made, with, I think, watch it on VHS back in the day. So technology is a great technology, so they can remaster. And that's what you see with some of the old music videos that Yanni made back in the day. They've remastered tribute a lot of those brilliant musicals. So I hope that Tadio Gidon also remasters Owoblo, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Fantastic movie. All right, that was Ogogo's breakout movie in 1996. And then, of course, he co-founded Odunfa Caucus with several actors, and particularly his bosom friend, Laji Yinka Quadri. Of course, he kept acting until the end, because some of the movies that came out this year, he was in it. It was in Ojudeba this year. Videos and pictures of Ogogo at that event have been all over the social media, and lots and lots of movies, over 300 of them that he did, built a 45-year career spanning Yoruba cinema and mainstream Nollywood, appearing in more than 300 films and remaining active across multiple generations. That's from Statisense, by the way. Of course, he's blessed with his wife and his children, or wives and children, and he's from Ilaro, and his body was interred earlier today. Also a bit of it, very sad. 6 years, and I think it also, let's all take care of ourselves, and also, call on Mashon. When it was Antori Tolojo she. Take over my you marry come down now. Okay, take care of yourself. No, go where no. Akoko padà lọ náà ni. Kò sẹ́ni tó wáyé tó ní lọ. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kọjọ́ àtọdún jìnnà síra wọn lọ àdúrà tá ń gbà. Alright, but it was quite sad, considering, there was a time people actually thought he died, and then somehow he came back, he got better, and eventually people have to leave the earth. It's just quite sad, that he did at this stage. Interestingly, while I was going through the internet, I found something quite, it's quite interesting. Let me finish that thought. Your Obama's okay, Okunsunkoku. In 1990, when Baba Hubert Ogunde, when he passed on, there's a performance for him by ANTP, and the dirge was led by Aisho Pepe, who is late now. That's Bishola Ogunshola. And your con one bed to Kewi. The person was actually Ogogo back in 1990. It's going to be a bit long, but I think let's just dedicate some time to this man who was so great, and may he so rest in peace. Take a listen to this. This was for Hubert Ogunde back in the day, but you hear Ogogo's voice at some point. Take a listen. I'm going to. Okay, no, go to bed. No, Ẹkáàbọ well. So if you maybe I'll put a video on the Telegram channel, you see different actors from back in the day. Aisha Pepe's family. You see Aisha Pepe. Sorry, bye bye. Ogabelo, Adebayo Salami. Lots of the actors were there. Of course, you know Ibos he's the father of Nigerian theater. Just a few more things. That was Ogogo. All right, I'll play you some clips of him saying stuff while I was acting or, during different sessions where he got to speak. I'm just going to play some of the clips and also an interview that it's not a number of interviews conducted, just short clips here and there. Before we move on to the next topic, but let's stay on this for a bit. This was when it was on Bayou's curiosity made me ask. Take a listen.
Is it true that you are an unsuccessful boxer? I'm not a boxer. I just trained for it, but it didn't work out. Do you think you're a legend, or you are just an actor that has been acting for so long? You are featured in Anikulapo and also the new one, this series. How much did you pay Kula for allowing you to put you in the movie?
Sorry, this one is just a very funny chap. I want to play the serious things. Mambo, just a second. All right, this was Oyinmomo.
In fact, I don't know where to buy what you can buy. You go stretch, leave my leg. You know, if you mix it. Only a coin on how I tell them. So the thing that I cook in Tosca, I have no Kaikia, Yala, Timbamu, I like to. If you don't come see Coco. Look at shop on no. Most I could go on me by. From me, but I forgot to make sure you man on me and feel comfortable. Seriously, getting on the book, and I know you like that. This is calling us something. When I command him, that's in my idea. When you go low, and I'm a quarter, so we won't we not ever come back. I will put on your notition when you leave. I say, aside to what I want to lose, see my leadership. òun ló dá gbogbo ìṣúlẹ̀ pátápátá. As a man look like almost 6-7 years lórí ààrẹ tá a sọ yìí. Ọ̀hún di tí n bá máa bì títí mo máa bí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni. For good 7 months, orí ìjókòó ìwé kékeré. Allahu Akbar. Ìwọ rò pé ó ti tán. Ibi tó gbé worst dé. Eyín tí mo ṣe bọ̀ láti Mẹ́kà. Removable eyín ni tó máa ń yọ. Kò sẹ́ni tó wọ́n ya scars báyìí. Ó máa ń wọ́n àwọn èèyàn kan lọ ṣe é ní. Yọ ọkọ̀ mọ́ kan tí ẹ̀ ọ̀hún yọ ní ìlànà ìlú lẹ́nu báyìí. Wọ́n ìdílé mi. Mo lè díjú báyìí.
Sorry, I want to make your audio a bit better. Just give me a second, please. All right, so that was Ogogo. I want to play you a few on him. At least remember some of the things he's done. So in that particular clip we just listened to, it was a program called Oyimomo, where he was talking about how he had chronic ulcer. Despite the fact that he had chronic ulcer and stuff like that. All right. I hope this one works better, but if we have some issues, we change it again. I'd just like to listen to a few more things. This is where he was talking about. He was talking about his relationship with his bosom friend.
No, I do know that first minute, second meeting, and Nika wasn't there. Nika could see me. It made me raise points. I just come on, Nika could share it out. Mandidi. Of financial. Kẹ́ tó wá lè dáwọ́ pé nǹkan kọjú mọ́ sọ wọ́n kí ni ohun tẹ́ ẹ rí àmúyẹ̀wò lè rí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ ẹ́ pé a ti jọ ń bára wa rìn bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni right? Omi la tẹ̀ka tó tẹ̀yàn rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mi ò múra záàkà jà o tẹ̀jọ kọ́kọ́ sọ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa náà tàjọ wà ní Èbúté Mẹ́ta mo láòdì mo dẹ̀ mú ìdínà àrùn mi rẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí èmi máa ń ro àwọn àròjinlẹ̀ tí bá ní mo mú ìdín àrùn rẹ owó ọ̀tẹ̀ but why tí mo sì fẹ́ mo ṣe nítorí pé òun ló initiate.
All right, I don't spend too much time on this, but just to remember some of the things he's done in the past. There's a song by Olamide where he talked about action for Ogogo. It's just a bit sad that you can't watch what I'm about to, play, but at least you hear his voice in different clips, and then we'll probably just move on to other things much later. All right, this one, the movie I mentioned earlier, Ogogo. The funny thing, watching what I'm watching right now, this was a scene that had him and Ireti shy set to painting. That should be more than 20 years. Because they can't check him. Now I'm going to be having double kini. I go away.
Ní òfinitẹ́ aṣẹ́wọ̀tẹ̀ ńláyà rẹ̀ ìwọ ló ń tì ẹ̀tọ́ tẹ́ǹbì lónìí èmi mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún wàá mọ̀ pé àwa kọjá bó ń ṣe pè wá. Kí ló bí? Lọ ṣe sùúrù o. Kí ló bí? Èmi mo sọ lórí burúkú náà. Ọjọ́ ìyẹn bá bá o sí ní. Ọjọ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀ fún àìní sórí. Ẹgbẹ́ àti kò ṣe máa rí nìyẹn. Ẹ̀yin olùsọ lórí burúkú. From our findings,
gbogbo test àti carry out. I discovered maybe Solani perforated heart.
Perforated what?
Heart problem. To just see àìsàn ọkàn ló ń ṣe.
Tó bá pẹ́ lóòótọ́ lè lọ́ọ̀bù ìyàwó yín dénú lẹ́yìn ọmọ tí wọ́n bí ẹ má tún jẹ́ kí wọ́n ní oyún mi nù. Àṣọ torí tẹ bá gbọ̀n ó léwu gan-an. Àbíkẹ́ débi sọ́dá.
All right. So that was that's Ogogo. I mean, I'm looking at videos here. It's not going to make too much sense if one is not actually showing it. So maybe if you go on social media later, you'll be able to see some of the clips of the gentleman and then his friend, and other people who worked with him during his lifetime. Interestingly, there is this saying that Ukalama breakfast, which of course people now use whenever they're talking about heartbreaks. Turns out it was actually one of the phrases that emanated from him. It's quite interesting how culture evolves.
Already, what is wedding? What is introduction? No! Bukbala ma jẹ breakfast. Àsìkò tó ní kálukú máa jẹ tiẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni. Súnmọ́ bí láì.
Anyway, Kọ́lọ́hún tẹ́ wọn sí afẹ́fẹ́ rere. Kọ́lọ́hún tọ́jú àwọn ọmọ àti ara tí wọ́n fi sílẹ̀. Someone wrote something in the comment section earlier. I did as if I didn't see it. That's because I wanted us to finish this matter. It's heartbreaking. All right. Somebody sent a request earlier. I can't see them anymore. If you want to talk about it, please send your request. I'll probably just let us have that conversation for the next few minutes, and then we'll just get into politics. But for now, I just wanted to spend some time highlighting some of the great things, that this gentleman did, and of course how people are mourning him. I don't want to play the popular video from his daughter. I think that one is too. I mean, that video is very emotional. Anyway, hold on, show. Meanwhile, one or two more clips from him, and then we'll probably move on to other things. Wait, is this sound good, or should we use the other sound? Can you hear it well? Show clear. I just want to be sure before we go on. So if I have to switch, I will just do it once and for all. Someone say NI. Is NI no? I think he meant no. Okay, no. Okay, 1 second then. Let's switch.
satire ṣe bó ojú pò ojú sẹ ojú ọwọ́ tó bá dára tó bá nífẹ̀ẹ́ kó máa fi wọ̀n mí fún. Ṣé pọ́n tó ṣe káwọn ilé ọbẹ̀ mi nìyẹn? Ẹ ti pọ̀ tó. Ẹ jẹ́ kí nìkan ìyá ni. Mo gbé wọlé yìí. Aeroport wọ́n bí iye káàbà ń fẹ́ kó mọ̀ kankan gbogbo ìyàtọ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè ayé yìí 100 ni wàá jẹ́ 99 bẹ́ẹ̀ nísinsìnyí olúwa owó gbogbo ẹ̀dí ẹ̀fọ́ mẹ́tìrì sáà wọ́n ni ẹ jẹ́ bóun yẹn àbí kí ni náà. Bàbá ìwọ̀n bí dání kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe mọ̀ pé wo ìṣẹ́ jí àti ẹ̀ pàánù ẹ̀ fún alẹ́ wọ̀ ni olódùmarè gbọ́. Mr. agbábọ́jọ́ lọ́wọ́ mojú.
All right, one more thing and then move on. This was with Ibrahim Chata.
Ìbẹ̀bẹ̀ni ìtàpàálù olùgbèsè ọmọ pánkẹ́kẹ́ bóyá ṣe ṣí balẹ̀ olùdí nítorí ọ̀pọ̀ balẹ̀ wárìrì àti ṣé àtọkọ̀ níbẹ̀ lọ fún ọlọ́mọ onílòdò ọmọ àgbàdá yẹ bí yẹ ṣe ẹṣọ́ mi yẹ dàpọ̀ mọ́ ìjìyàn tòmí kankan bá mo lè bẹ̀rù ìfèrò òkun tòmí ìṣòkà olórí lóògùn.
There's a billboard in his hometown, Ilaro, that was put up by Senator Yai, who is the gubernatorial candidate, APC gubernatorial candidate in Ogun State. I put up a billboard. I find it quite nice. I'm going to read some of the things on it. It says, "Our friend and brother, whose memory we will always keep close. Our world was brighter for having you in it. Rest in peace, Ogogo." All right, so that's may so rest in peace. I think I'm a bit like this because I'm watching videos and I'm seeing old people, old men, particularly in Kakoji, several clips just crying all over the place. Because of course they're they were very close. And may God take care of the family and may God bless everyone connected. May so rest in peace. Before I go, I want to play something from an imam, or the imam who officiated the funeral ceremony. All right, just take a listen to this.
Nínú tíátà ṣíṣe oṣù ẹ̀sìn nù, nínú tíátà ṣíṣe oṣù ẹbí nù, nínú tíátà ṣíṣe oṣù ìlú nù, nínú tíátà ṣíṣe wàlúbá kíyàtò sọ̀ríyàtò ẹ̀rọ ìjàrọ̀ bíkà sàlábà láàrin Muhammadu. Ètò ìpadà ṣẹ́kù fún àti ẹ̀ àlọ́gọ́rùn-ún ọdún láyé, àlọ́gọ́rùn-ún ọdún láyé, àlọ́gọ́rùn-ún láyé, báwo ni lágbájá ṣe rí? Irú èèyàn ni èèyàn rí ni èèyàn tí ó lè kú táwọn èèyàn máa sunkún ní àbí èèyàn tí ó kú táwọn èèyàn máa rẹ́rìn ọlọ́mọ abẹ́rẹ́ ni o. Èyí tá a mọ̀ ní wípé a rí dáadáa ẹ̀ a sì rí ẹ̀sìn lára ẹ̀. Èyí tó ṣe nínú Ramadan àbí tí máa ń ṣe òun náà ni àwọn èèyàn ń yẹ. Ìyẹn nìkan kọ́ ó wà nínú àárẹ̀ yìí sí lọ́wọ́ ó ní mo fẹ́ tún lé bàbá mi kọ́. Bàbá ìmọ̀mù lọ́rùn mo fẹ́ sẹ́yìn ló sàdáǹtì ní o. Ó lè sẹ́yìn ní 25 million sílẹ̀. Ó ní mo fẹ́ ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àmọ́ àárẹ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí mọ tí ó máa mú wá bí èsì fẹ́ kọ́ fi ní gba bára èsì fẹ́ gba bára lọ́wọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rìn náà. Ọ̀gá ìmọ̀ọ́mù náà tó wá sẹ́ǹdì ó sí lọ́dọ̀ ó jẹ́ alámọ̀ọ́nà. Bàbá náà wá pè é tó jẹ́ náà tó rẹ̀ pé ẹ̀kún ẹ̀ sì pé báyìí sí mi lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fi nà. Alámọ̀ọ́nà lẹni tó rí ẹni alámọ̀ọ́nà lẹni tó sẹ́ǹdì ó sí lọ́wọ́ ọ̀pọ̀ àfáàdì tó wá sẹ́ǹdì ó sákàtì ẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀ ò ṣe ní rántí jáde tí wọ́n sọ fún ọ̀nà rántí ni. Mo kí ọ̀rọ̀ ìmọ̀mù ìyàwó tí nǹkan ṣe mo kí mo kì í ṣe wọn Mohammed Abdul Mustapha Adéwòye ọmọ kí.
Alright, àwa náà ká máa rántí pé ọjọ́ kan bọ̀ tí a máa lọ bá àṣẹ dà. So let's be careful and think about what people will say, once we're done. Alright, and all I should máa sọ̀rọ̀ wa, a máa sọ ní dáadáa ní àbọ̀ ní sọ, àbọ̀ máa sọ ní àìdá. Other from gbogbo wa. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of things from K1 to Suleiman Alao, singing about him on stage and breaking down in tears. Just crazy stuff. All right. I think that's the much we can take right now. We'll move on to other things. I was expecting that people will come up, and by the time they're done speaking, I will now be able to move on to the next topic. But for some reason, I say everybody is feeling a certain way. So we're going to go to oh, sorry. There's someone I'm seeing here for the first time. Let me just bring them up, and then we'll see how that goes. This Afiz Diko. Is that? Yeah, let's see how that goes. Aroke says we are sober as well. I mean, I think the good thing about the good thing about this is that we can learn from it and also see how people are acting after, while it was alive and also after it's gone, and then ask ourselves questions, how we're going to be, celebrated or disdained based on the things that we do. So let's do the right things, all right? So I think this person didn't need to come up. I can't hear what they're saying. So may so rest in peace. Let's go to politics now. Okay? This movie, I think they need to remaster this movie. This is Oblo. This part 3. They should remaster the movie. May God help all those old movies they made back in the even the ones from the late 70s. Interestingly, come to think of it, maybe this should cheer me up a bit to go into politics. Come to think of it, Adelow's family, they are releasing some of the old clips. They've done Yani Wura, they've done this other one they did, on Kunle Afolayan's YouTube channel. So I hope that, and that movie is 1984. Yeah. So if they could, give us that, I think the ones that were made in the 1990s, it can easily be remastered. Of course, the country will be different because I think he used, but regardless, Shakosha Baba when my share so that it will be sharp enough for the next generation to watch these movies. Fantastic stuff. I think it was the first movie I watched as a Nigerian movie. First one I watched where I was conflicted. You don't know who to. So you knew that he was a thief in the movie, but then he had crossed over to the bright side, and it was a philanthropist. So you're conflicted. Should you support him? So it was really very, very good movie. I hope. Okay. I hope they remake, or not even remake, just remaster so that we can watch that same movie again. All right. Having said that, let's go into today's into the political conversations today. And we'll start with what someone wrote in the comment section earlier about ethnic regions. Let me see if I can find that person's exact comment because it will launch us into the conversation we're going to have next. Prince 577, I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. And hope you had a wonderful weekend. All right. So this person says, I've heard of 17 proposed regions. Can we have the details, please? Yes, you can. All right. You can. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play us clips. All right. There was a conference that I held a few days ago. It was a conference organized by ethnic nationalities in Nigeria, and they were proposing to have 17 regions that will be constituent units, but based on ethno-linguistic makeup. In other words, you're going to have essentially going back to what Howard said in 1947. Where this is 2026, Abby. Next year will make it 80 years that the book came out. He wrote that book in 1945. It was published in 1947. And finally, it looks like people are catching up to what he was saying back in the day. He kept talking about it, by the way. You find it there. If you read thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Papa that I wrote after he came out of prison, you'll find that breakdown, that recommendation there. So he's been talking about it. He talked about it, for many years, right, as the major thing we needed in terms of structuring our country. So the component units are not just created based on geography, but they're created based on ethno-linguistic realities. So what ethnicity are you from, or do you belong to, or what language do you speak? Such considerations can help in determining how states should be. That book is inside. I would have loved to read some. Give me a second. I'd love to read you his thoughts. I think there's thoughts on Nigerian Constitution here, so I'll probably just read that for you before we listen to what happened over the weekend, because it did not end well. It did not end well. Let me read to you from Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Obafemi Awolowo. It says, the diversity of Nigeria is well known. There are, however, certain features of this diversity which, because of their importance and strict relevance to our discussion, deserve special mention and attention. The area of Nigeria is 356,669 square miles. Compared with the USSR, Communist China, and the USA with 8.7 million, 3.4 million, and 2.9 million square miles, respectively. Our country's size is nothing to boast of. But not so when the grounds for comparison are shifted and the facts are made known that Nigeria is bigger in size than France, plus the two Germanys, that back in the yard, West and East, and that with a population of 55.6 million, it is the 9th largest country in the world. It has been estimated that there are about 250 national or ethnic groups in the country, each with its own distinct language. Until it is officially or otherwise authoritatively confirmed, we should dismiss this figure as both fantastic and unreliable. In any case, there are which constitute about 80% of the entire population. They are Hausa Fulani, 13.6 million. By the way, Hausa is different from Fulani, but for the sake of this conversation, more than like that. Hausa Fulani, 13.6 million. Yoruba, 13 million. Ibos, 7.8 million. Efik Ibibio, 3.2 million. Kanuri, 2.9 million. Tiv, 1.5 million. Ijaw, 0.9 million. Edo, 0.9 million. Urobo, 0.6 million. Nupe, 0.5 million. These 10 and the other national groups, who are still to be identified separately, are diverse in their origins and speak different languages. In many respects, their cultural patterns, political institutions, social standards, and customer usages differ very widely. So it goes on to explain different things about the different groups in Nigeria, and I'm not going to read everything because of time. Give me a second. And then, of course, it compares us with Canada and with Mexico. And they mention all kinds of countries all over the world. They mention Switzerland and Belgium and the United Kingdom, and the commonalities or similarities you find, with Nigeria. But I'm going to go to the latter part of this chapter. It says here, from our study of the constitutional evolution of all the countries of the world, two things stand out quite clearly and prominently. First, in any country where there are divergences of language and of nationality, particularly of language, a unitary constitution is always a source of bitterness and hostility on the part of linguistic or national minority groups. On the other hand, as soon as a federal constitution is introduced in which each linguistic or national group is recognized and accorded regional autonomy, any bitterness and hostility against the constitutional agreement, I'll tell it again, as soon as a federal constitution is introduced in which each linguistic or national group is recognized and accorded regional autonomy, any bitterness and hostility against the constitutional arrangements as such disappear. If the linguistic or national, I will explain all this to Renchi, just stay with me, please. If the linguistic or national group concerned are backward or too weak, hostility may be dormant or suppressed. But as soon as they become enlightened and politically conscious and all courageous leadership emerges amongst them, the bitterness and hostility come into the open and remain sustained with all possible venom and rancor until the home rule is achieved. I'll say something before we continue. What he's saying basically is that, number one, Nigeria does not have up to 250 ethnicities. That's what Awo said in this book. And how he arrived at that number, we're going to talk about it later. By the way, we don't have as many. That's why I usually say that we can say, some people say 58, some people say 250. The reason is because sometimes some of the groups that are mentioned in the north are subgroups of one group. For instance, in Yoruba, I'm just say Yoruba, but some people will count Egba as an ethnicity and count Okun as ethnicity, and then count Oyo and count Ekiti, if Ijesha. These are not ethnicities. These are subgroups of one ethnicity. So if you want to break it down like that, you're going to have so many at the end of the day. But if you really restrict yourself to the national groups, there are not as many as that. Before I read the recommendation, which is the reason I came to this book, I want to read you something from the book he published in 1947, Path to Nigerian Freedom. It also gives us an idea why Awo suggested that we should have constituent units. We should have our ethnicities as constituent units. By the way, let me explain what he's saying. And this is what I say, why I tell people that when you are shouting, let's go back to the original system, maybe you should spend some time learning from those who actually experienced, and not just experienced, ran the original system. Those who ran that system, particularly Awo in our case, will tell you that that was not the ideal situation for Nigeria, even at the time. And that's what I'm always saying, that when people are saying, oh, we've got to go back to the past, you've got to be very careful where you're going to. A lot of the times, we think about the past as per what was achieved during that time. We don't think about the past as per the system itself. For instance, you can have a terrible system and have a good administrator. And that good administrator is able to use that system for the benefit of his people. You can have that good system and have a terrible person there, and they're able to make so much up. I'm not going to compare, but there are certain regions in this group. Even when we had 3 regions in Nigeria, all right, from regional constitution in 1947, right, up until everything changed in 1967. We had 3 regions until 63, when we had Midwest, and then we became 4. But here's what I'm saying. Between 47 and, let's start from when we started self-rule, between 54 and 63, those 9 years. When you talk about the regions in Nigeria, which regions are people always say, oh, this region did well, this region did well. It's a particular region. And then it's usually the western region. There's not even cap. It's the western region, then they will say the north. When people talk about the east, what you find mostly is, of course, it's not like nothing was done, but there's really nothing There's no legacy to hold on to in 2026 from that period, apart from UNN. That's the truth. And if you think I'm lying, please feel free to correct me. But trust me, I'm not lying. But guess what? Don't trust me. Just tell me if I'm wrong. The point I'm trying to make is that there's something else you see apart from, infrastructure, and it's the bickering you find in those regions. And that's what I was talking about in the book he wrote, that when you have minorities in those places, as soon as they're able to, they have maybe like a radical leadership, they begin to ask questions and demand to be separate from a bigger one. And the same thing happened in the Western region. The difference is just that the Western region was prepared for that before it happened, such that by the time it happened, the Western region was actually pushing for the Midwest to break. And this is why I talk to us as well. When people say things like, oh, what you're saying happened in the East also happened in the West. No. The people clamor for their own region in the Western region, particularly those in the Midwest. Of course they did. Was the reason the same thing as what happened in the East? Of course not. Okay? And like I said, even though they have legitimate grounds, because they also wanted to have that autonomy, they didn't want to be under the major ethnic group in the West, which was the Yoruba. They wanted to be on their own, which makes sense. However, the point was that when they were ready to go, there was something called the Willings Commission. It started between 57 and 58. The report was published in 1958. I've read the report here before, at least part of it. We'll probably get back into it some other time. But during that commission sitting, there were three groups that wanted to break out of the major regions. All right. So before then, the Southern Cameroon had already done their own referendum. But when it came to three people that really wanted to get out at the time, was the Midwest from the Western region, the COR from the Eastern region, and then the Middle Belt from the Northern region. Of the three major regions, that's the North, West, and East, it was only the West that made a case for the Midwest to break away. And not only did they make a case, even the Action Group made a case for them to break away because they wanted to be on their own. The point I'm trying to make basically is that they didn't want to be under the umbrella of a bigger group. So what that means is Nigeria should have been structured in such a way that each region could have been able to stand on their own. Let me read that second recommendation, then I'll go back to the book that I will publish in 1947 so that we finish one book before we go to the next one. So the first one was talking about wherever there are divergences of language and of nationality, particularly of language, a unitary constitution is always a source of bitterness and hostility on the part of linguistic or national minority groups, which is the nonsense that we got in 1966. And it's still what you're practicing for the most part. Secondly, a federal constitution is usually a more or less dead letter in any country which lacks any of the factors conducive to federalism. From the facts and the analysis thereof, if you want to understand the facts, please get this book, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. I would discuss every single country on earth and the kind of constitution that they worked with. All right, it's going to help you understand how you arrived at this conclusion. From the facts and the analysis thereof, which we have given and made in this section, the following four principles or laws can be deduced. 1. If a country is unilingual or uninational, the constitution must be unitary. It should be unitary because they are one. 2. If a country is unilingual or bilingual or multilingual and also consists of communities which over a period of years have developed divergent nationalities, the constitution must be federal and the constituent states must be organized on the dual basis of language and nationality. It's saying if you go to a country where they speak one language or two or more, and they have several ethnicities, it's important that the constitution they're running with is federal. But here's the catch. You will say, after all, we call it Federal Republic of Nigeria, it's federal. The second part is that the constituent units must be organized on the dual basis of language and nationality, which is why I always say that to be Yoruba is to be a person from that nation. You can call it ethnic nation, maybe not nation state, but it's still a nation regardless. What that means is that your state is Yoruba state. There's Efik state. There's Idoma state. There's Kanuri state. It's not Adamawa State. And inside Adamawa State, you have Kanuri and several other groups, and everybody's fighting for Kini. He's saying that the state should be put together. Okay. And it's the same thing you see in Switzerland, is what you see in Canada. So it's not like it's something that nobody has ever done before. It's what you see even in England. Sorry, in the UK. With England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. It's done based on ethnicity and language. And I always say that there's something I think is fundamentally wrong with the way we think about our world as Africans. We do not understand the people who gave us a system. We just copy and paste without actually understanding those people who gave us this thing, what they have, where they're coming from. Somebody said the other day, and I know I'm breaking it because it's important. We're having a conversation. Somebody said, oh, what the British left with us is actually better than what we have. That's what we should go back to. I alluded to it earlier. Let me explain it now. What the British gave to you was based on geography, right? It was based on wind vane, cardinal points, north, south, east, west. Not minding how many groups are in that north, how many groups are in that west, and how many groups are in that east. So when you go to the east and you see several groups trying to fight for Kini, and they feel like they are, I keep saying Kini, trying to fight for relevance, and they feel as though they are being suppressed by the majority group. The same in the north, even in the west, people complain about the same thing. When you see such a stuff or such a thing happen, why do you think that that's the kind of system that you should be having? The question is this: where those people came from in Britain, did they have North Britain, West Britain, and South Britain? Is that how they structure themselves? No, they structure themselves based on ethnicity and language. Switzerland, the same thing. Belgium, the same thing. Canada, the same thing. Why is it that it's when you come here that you now say, oh, it must be regional system? The point is that those people who gave us the best things they gave us during regional system did not do that because the system was perfect. They did that because they were good statesmen. People like Papa Awo himself did that because he was in himself a statesman. There were other regional leaders, right? And while you can say some did well, some didn't do well, and it's largely because the system will never allow that thrive, you know. But when you have a system that works regardless of who is there, then you can actually now begin to celebrate. So all of that to say this, thank you very much for the gift, Dan. All of that to say that regional system was not the best system. In case you're like me, who wants to look for a better system, stop shouting, let's go back to regional system. You may think you are making sense because it makes you feel good because you remember that, oh, NTA we had WNTV, WNBS in 1959, it was regional system. We had Cocoa House, the foundation was laid, University of Ife, all those things was regional system. It's not because it was the ideal system. In Europe, they'll create states. Sometimes, in fact, let me tell you the basis of their creation. You go back to 1648. We've done a session on Westphalia before. So if you go on our YouTube channel, look for Westphalia Treaty. In 1648, when they were designing the idea of sovereignty, by the way, that was when sovereignty and sovereign states, that was when it began. Okay, before then, everybody just had kingdoms. Well, those who had kingdoms, and those who didn't have it had acephalous, communities. Anyway, when they put it together, what they did was if you spoke a particular language, you could be in a nation. All right. But beyond language and ethnicity, they also use religion. And despite the fact that just about every single nation at the time in Europe was Christian, they still used denomination to divide themselves. If you went to a particular place and most of them were Protestant, they wanted to stay away from the Catholics. The reason I keep mentioning these things is that if they delineated based on ethnicity, based on language, and based on religion and things like that, and they've come thus far, how come we just hold on to this? We are one thing and we are one, we must be together, and we have not gone anywhere? Does that not tell us that, number one, we did not create a structure for ourselves, was given to us? Number two, we've not really sat down to consider what we are carrying with us, because we just assume it's good and we must fight for some stupid idea of unity. And I'm sorry. It's very stupid. be looking for unity all over the place. Unity cannot be your life's goal. And I think it's the job they gave to us as Africans. You spend your entire lifetime looking for unity while they are progressing. They're not making progress because they're united in that sense. They have unity of purpose. That's it. Not because we are in the same place, we are united. That's not what drives them. The Scottish man knows is different. It's Nigeria, we say, oh, we are together. You must, if you say you are from an ethnicity, it's because you're tribalist. You are a dumb person if you think that way. That's the truth. And I'm sorry if it sounds somehow, but it's the truth. At this point, we have to begin to talk to ourselves. The structure we have is not how nations are built. Nations don't develop the way we are. And you cannot, and I want to say this as a matter of fact, you will not find one nation in this world organized the way Nigeria is that is making progress. Not one. Let's pause. Think of one country in Africa that's organized in such a way that you have several ethnicities. There's no major one that stands out and is ruling everybody and is making progress. Mention one. You will not find. Every single nation on this earth, every single nation state, let me put it that way, on this earth, either has a dominant ethnicity. And ethnicity is not a primitive word. Is a natural reality. Is what people talk about in terms of, I'm a human being, I belong to an ethnic nationality. Everybody belongs to one, including your Sena climb. Okay? I was somewhere, let me just digress a bit. I was somewhere last week. I was talking to a professor, and we're talking about national languages, and I said that Yoruba is a national language, although it's not an official language. And he says, but Yoruba is not a state. And I say, sovereignty is not what confers nationality. Therefore, regardless of the fact that we don't have a sovereign state, we are a nation of people and we have our own national language. And then I said, one example you can see is that when you look at the UK, for instance, the official language is English. When it comes to national language, when you go to a place like Scotland, you have about 2 or 3 national languages. English will be one of them, but so will Scottish Gaelic. Ditto for Welsh and ditto for Wales and for Northern Ireland. The point is that you have to be proud of who you are as a person before the British arrived. That's where the glory is. And it may take us a while. I hope it doesn't take the whole generation, but we've got to figure this thing out. I will figure it out in the 1940s. We are sleeping, by the way. Well, we're going to go to the news eventually. I'm going to play you what happened over the weekend. Elders just being funny. But give me a second. Path to Nigerian freedom. I read something to you here from Papa. What chapter is that? Mbo. Just a second. That was where I was talking about the idea of Nigeria being basically geography. That's all about it. Give me a second, I'll find it for you. I just think that if African nations, particularly Nigeria has to start that thing. If Nigeria begins to think in this way, we will make such progress, we'll be shocked. And I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, but you'll be able to own what's yours. And one example that I usually give, and I'll give it now while I'm looking for the page, is Benin City. A few years ago, the conversation was on, and a lot of it has been resolved now, about returning, what's it called now? Artifacts. They want to return artifacts to Nigeria. Excuse me. Some of the things that were stolen by the colonial masters are going to return it to Nigeria. Nigeria should get it back, and so on and so forth. And I said, we're having, so I joined conversations with some people. And I said, I think that if European countries are to return any of Benin artifacts, they should not return the artifacts to Nigeria. They should return the artifacts to Benin people. Now, you can hear that and say, oh, what do you mean? Yeah, a bigot. That's because you're not thinking. The truth is that when you say Nigeria, we don't even know what it means. We can pontificate and speak English. We don't know what it means. We don't treat things, you don't have any connection with things. Give it to a person give it to people in Benin, for instance, it's their heritage. It's not my heritage, unless I'm joking with you. It is not. That's a different matter. Is it because I am not nationally, or what's the word? I'm not patriotic. No, it's because I understand nationalism, that a person from that area will treat that thing, no matter how good I am. And this is not to say that I'm going to break it or treat it anyhow, but there's a kind of, like on a normal kidney, there's a sort of attachment, devotion, almost reverence, if you like, that the person from that part of the country would have for those artifacts that I will not have. I will treat it with respect. I will take care of it. But there's something different from the connection that person has with those artifacts that I don't have. And it will be a joke for me to be shouting, I'm one Nigeria, we are all the same, I have everything that another man has, I have it, is a lie. The story behind that thing, I don't know. So, but you can learn it. I don't have that connection with it. The same way, if you give somebody from the north, Oriolokun, what does it mean to him? In his head, he might think he's just an idol. A lot of us still think like that, even some of us on this page. If you had seen an image of Oriolokun around, you might assume that I'm a traditional religious, like I'm worshipping idols. Let's digress. You know, we need to have conversations. Whenever you see these heads, and this goes to all of us, particularly Yoruba people, because this is Okowa, you see heads molded, you see all this stuff, and the first thing that comes to your mind is that they are idols. We need to help ourselves. Let me just quickly explain something. You see, back in the day, they did not have photographs. They had no films, they had no cameras, they had no digital phones, they had no iPhones and Samsung, they couldn't take pictures. So what they did was to carve the image of a person, particularly rich folks. As a matter of fact, in the book by Ademakinwa Ife, Cradle of Civilization, it talked about something called Keon Dota. Keon Dota. So rich people will commission craftsmen, artists, to create their image in stone, like a monument, where as a representation of that person. You can turn it to a place of worship if you like, but in reality, they're just saying that it's like a memorial. It's a way to honor the person, like you have a picture of your grandfather. If you have these things, arts and crafts in your house, maybe some people have the ones that demons have infested, but generally speaking, they are artworks. They're representation of maybe people in your family. I know that because we have representations in Ife, for instance, of Oba Lufon. It is not as fetish as people think. We need to disabuse our minds as Africans that every single thing we see, and it's not just Oyinbo that did it to us, we also did it to ourselves. We assume everything we are doing is religion. Therefore, we run away from things that you can understand if you actually calm down. It's not that the person actually literally became a stone, although that's the explanation they give to the world, but in reality, is a man who, there's a book, let me finish that thought. It's a man who commissioned people to create something as a representation of him, so that when he's when he's no longer alive, you can see something and say, oh, that's that man. It doesn't mean that the one spirit entered into it. And I'm not saying spirits cannot enter into it. I'm just telling you the same way. Imagine 20 years from now, somebody comes around and says that your father's picture is a demon because a spirit has entered into it. How would you explain it? That's how I'm trying to explain it. I'm not saying there are no spiritual, supernatural, clinical. I'm just telling you that a lot of the things that we're talking about are things that we can understand. I'll give an example. There's a book called Ife Shrines by Chief Fabumi. He talked about Okuta, or Oranfe. This, you see, stone art. This was before terracotta in Ife. Stone. Kongbe Okuta. Okuta, image of a person out of a stone. I'm a bit fascinated by such. Recent time I've been watching a lot of people, craftsmen, creating plates out of stone, like blocks of stone. That's the same thing they did in Ife back in the day. So what they did, you are a very important person in society. They created something like that of you. When you're gone, of course, there are people that are going to worship that thing, which is similar to what you see today. People still carry pictures of supposed Jesus and put it in churches. It's the same thing. You and I know that that person in that kidney is not Jesus. All right. The one that's very popular is an actor from Hollywood. The other one that was older is the son of a Pope, Pope Alexander VI. That is definitely not Jesus. Jesus one Yakotumba Jesu. The same way they are putting those pictures in those places, the same way they are carrying those images and worshiping them. How did we get here? How did we get here? I was saying something, I don't know how we got here, but the point I'm trying to make is that the things that we I have to get back to where I was before. How did you get there? Can anybody help in the comment section? Let me look for the page. I was looking for a page and I got into that. How did we get here? I was talking about the 1 second. Let me look for the page so that I can even go to what I really want to talk about. I've digressed a number of times already. Benin artifacts. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I was saying that if you gave me Oriolokun, right, because I understand that story, okay? For me, Oriolokun, Ife heads, all the things you see in the British Museum would mean something to me because I'm Yoruba. If you give it to a Northerner, I can assure you, and it's not because he's a bad man, he's going to burn them. He will just look for one kidney and use it to cook, just throw it away. It's not because he's bad. It's because in his own outlook, anything like that is an idol. Excuse me. If you give Edo artifact to some people from a part of Nigeria, they just something. For instance, you say he's the head of kidney called King, Queen Idia, who is queen. Maybe in that culture, they don't really fancy the idea of royalty. It doesn't mean it's a bad culture. They just don't care about that. To now have somebody from that place look over that thing, maybe they'll look after it to the best of their ability. Maybe the Northerner will look after it to the best of his ability. Another person might just come sometime in the future and just like King Bobele and just take it and throw it away. The point I'm trying to make is that gives you an idea that there are several nations and several understanding of different cultures in Nigeria, even though we are one country. And that's the best we can get. It can't be a nation. For us to be a nation at this point, what happened in China may need to happen. That's why I wonder when people say things like when China went to China. I digress again. Someone was talking the other day about, I was talking about China. A person said, oh, you're always talking about ethnicity in Nigeria, even China, over 1 billion people, they have 50-something ethnicities. They don't have this kind of conversations that we are having. One of the problems that we have in the world is half education. My father used to call them awon alaboeko. If you are half educated, you are worse than an ignorant person. You will assume you know stuff you don't know. So let me quickly talk about it for a second. We say China is over 1 billion people. Yes. But you see, is it true? So let's ask the question. Is it true that China is just one ethnicity? No, it's not. And in that, the person was actually correct. China has about 53 ethnicities. But what the person doesn't realize is that one ethnicity is 92% of the entire population. So you have 52 minorities with one overwhelming majority of 92% Han Chinese. You will have your say, you can't have your way if you're a minority in that kind of place. That's the reality that you have wherever you go in the world. You have to have a group that has the overwhelming majority. The same thing in Singapore, the Han Chinese is 75%. The same thing in Malaysia, the Malays are about over 60%. We don't have that kind of thing in Nigeria. The closest thing is probably Ghana. And even they still have their own challenges. The point is, we have to disabuse our minds from thinking that conversations like this are about disunity or division. That's not the point. The point is that you can build a fantastic Nigeria. I believe in Nigeria. But you can never build Nigeria the way it is right now. That will be better than the way it is right now. With this structure, it is not possible. You can cry about it. You can spend time praying. You can go to vigil. You can declare and declare and declare. Nothing will happen. Your structure abhors the idea of growth. That's why I tell you, I don't like I'm glad they changed the anthem to though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand, and arise, O compatriots. That will make you sound as if we are motivating ourselves. You will motivate yourself for 50 years. We are still stuck. The structure doesn't work. We're going to get to the news of what happened earlier today, but I have to find you that page. It's actually quite terrible. I can't find it. If you give me a bit of time, I'll look for that page. And I'll read Awo's famous words. I'm sure you've heard it, but I want to read it in context. I don't want to just quote it out of context. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria is all proud to self-found it a sovereign motherland. Since the amalgamation, all the efforts of the British government have been devoted to developing the country into a unitary state. This is patently impossible and is available on Redomi books. Please read it. It's cheap. What's the price? Let me find you the price so I can tell you. Please buy this book. This is what your father was writing in 1947. Wait, we're going to the book because you read this man's book, sometimes I feel like crying. I actually cry sometimes, I won't lie. Don't ask me how long, but it happens often. I'll find you that page. Where is the book? I can't find it. It has to be here. Path to Nigerian Freedom. Yeah, it's 7,000 on Redomi books. How much is that? Probably something you spend every day. So get it on Redomi books on Telegram. I'm reading something from chapter 5. Let's go back from the beginning. When imperial powers ratified the final share out of colonial territories at the Berlin Conference in 1885, Nigeria existed as 3 separate political units. This corresponded roughly with the present 3 regions and were administered by 3 different authorities. In 1906, the eastern and western zones were merged into what was then known as the Colony and Protectorate of Southern Nigeria, while the northern zone became the Protectorate of Northern Nigeria. These 2 zones were administered under separate authorities until 1914, when they were amalgamated and became the Colony and Protectorate of Nigeria. Excuse me. Since the amalgamation, all the efforts of the British government have been devoted to developing the country into a unitary state. This is patently impossible, and it is astonishing that a nation with wide political experience like Great Britain fell into such a palpable error. In the white paper CMD 6599, to which we have already referred, some attempt is being made to rectify this original mistake. In other words, the regional system was an original mistake. This was before Papa finished school. He went to the UK in 1944, wrote the book in 1945, returned to Nigeria in 1947, the same year the book was published. Got into politics in 1951. Well, was in politics before he went to Kenisha, was NYM, but started Action Group in 1951, got into office in 1952. So this was long before he even got into elective office, although he had been in politics since the 1930s. So he says here, it is only a partial attempt. Go back just a bit. In the white paper to which we have referred, some attempt is being made to rectify this original mistake, but it is only a partial attempt and in many respects falls short of effectively checking the retarding influences of the existing unitary constitution. The division into 3 regions was arbitrary and made only for administrative convenience. The proposed constitution maintains the present division. Proposed they're talking about is Arthur Richard's constitution at the time. It goes further to devolve autonomous legislative and administrative functions on each region and thus to strengthen the existing decentralization. There are a few sentences in the white paper which indicate rather vaguely that the British government now recognizes the federal character of Nigeria, but nothing is done beyond this paper recognition. If rapid political progress is to be made in Nigeria, it is high time we were realistic in tackling its constitutional problems. Nigeria is not a nation. It is a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. There are various national or ethnical groups in the country. 10 such main groups were recorded during the 1931 census as follows: Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, Kanuri, Ibibio, Munshi or Tiv, Edo, Nupe, and Ijo. According to Nigerian Handbook, 11th edition, there are also a great number of other small tribes, too numerous to enumerate separately, whose combined total population amounts to 4,683,044. It is a mistake to designate them tribes. Each of them is a nation by itself with many tribes and clans. There's as much difference between them as there is between Germans, English, Russians, and Turks, for instance. The fact that they have a common overlord does not destroy this fundamental difference. The languages differ. The readiest means of communication between them now is English. Their cultural backgrounds and social outlooks differ widely, and the indigenous political institutions have little in common. Their present stages of development vary. Politically, the best organized groups are the Hausas, including the Fulanis, who form the ruling class in the north, and the Yorubas. They had a highly developed system of government long before the white man came. The political institutions of the others, however, were primitive and are still amorphous. The constitution of the Yoruba is as analogous to what is known as constitutional monarchy. The dictatorial powers which some Yoruba chiefs are wielding today are the making of the British government, who at the beginning misconceived the true nature of Yoruba monarchy. I've explained this before. What it just means basically is this. At the time the Ibos got here, listen, we are worked out on the rest of us. We're on the rest of the elders, because I was not there. It shows. Efiniwa, taba demagolo yoru. Efiniwa, it still showed. Because that's, and you will hear, we'll play all those things, you will hear yourself, so you can decide. I'm not going to mention any group yet. The point is, we are different levels of growth, we have different ideas of leadership, and at the time the British got here, only 2 groups actually had, and I'm not saying other, okay, I'm just being politically correct. The truth is only 2 groups actually had that kind of structured political organizations. Let me put it this way, they had advanced, some people also had their own, maybe not as advanced, but they're also good. Let me put it that way, so it doesn't look as if one is tooting his own on, but it's the truth. And even what I am doing right now, this political correctness I'm trying to do right now, is one of the reasons we're not making progress. So even I just made that mistake. Because I'm trying to appeal to everybody. I'm trying to make it look like, let's not sound like, let's not, it's like the Englishman telling you that is at the same level as, you know, I don't want to mention any group. Sherry, we have to, if, let me give an example. Today, if America tells me as a Yoruba man that they have more firepower than me, is it an insult? Is it politically incorrect, or is it just reality? It's the truth. If America says they want to fight Nigeria right now, maybe they don't know anything to do, they don't know anything else to do with their time, and just want to fight us. And they say, oh, nuclear weapon. Are we going to say, oh, you don't have as many things as we do, let's be politically correct? Or you just say, Oga, we apologize, we don't want to fight you, what can we do to settle this matter? The point is, the reality is that America has more firepower than Nigeria does. I mean, think about it. American defense budget, annual budget is more than the next maybe 9 or 10 countries, and those countries are even in NATO. All their defense budget no reach American budget for 1 year. So what are we talking about? All of that to say that when we read that at the time the British got here, we were at different development level, or we were at different levels of development. There's nothing divisive or tribalistic about it. It's just the reality. And guess what? It is still the reality. It still shows. So let's go back to some of the things he said in this book. Again, Path to Nigerian Freedom, 1947. Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. I think it's more than a mere geographical expression today, to be fair. This was 47. This is 2026. In the last 79 years, thereabout, we have sovereignty now, which we did not have in 47 when Papa wrote this book. We have sovereignty, right? We have our own constitution. So it's more. Empress, good to see you. So we have more than, just geography. So we have geography, we have sovereignty, and so on and so forth, but we are still not a nation. And it's the reality, okay? If you don't like what I just said right now, you will be all right. Just stay with me. We are not a nation of people. It says there are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a difference of Nigeria from those who do not. And that's why even today, there are people amongst us here, if you mention Nigeria, it doesn't do them anything, just mention the ethnicity, they will rise like yeast. It's because you've touched their real identity. We carry the Nigerian passport, but in reality, we are who we are. Now, why did I read all this long trenching? Because I want to finish up with Papa's book, Thoughts on Nigerian Constitution, before I play the things that happened over the weekend. In some way, I think it's a show of shame. In another way, I think it's a brilliant thing to show that we have come of age, even though it took us 79. They have a stance, okay? They want something for themselves, but they don't want that thing for themselves at the expense of other people. So they want good for themselves and for others. As a matter of fact, they name themselves Afenifere. So if a person, you have a group of people, most of them are just selfish people. They want to gather things to themselves. Don't worry, if I speak Yoruba, I'm going to interpret. But sometimes it's just better for me to say it in Yoruba first. It's pure that way. You give people opportunities, they just want to make it about themselves. There's nepotism, there is ethnic jingoism, terrible isms all over the place. And you now have a person who says, you know what, let's have this thing where everybody can be good. And people work against that idea. And this is 2026. Imagine for a second, just pause and think about it. Imagine for a second that we're like this. How much growth are we would we have had now? And just in case somebody is there saying that doesn't really make sense, I'm used to Abia, Umaya, Adamawa, Yola, Anambra, Oka, Bauchi, Bere, Bakadi, Borno, Majuguri, Morati, Cross River, Calabar, Delta, Asaba, Edo, Bini, Enugu. I tried to. I remember, let me tell you one funny joke. I remember one time like that, I had one funny neighbor. I used to live at Ogogo Street then. They had one school behind the house, they were shouting, Umaya. When they get to Kwara, I just said Kwara, figurine. I was like, how can the capital of Kwara be figurine? Is Ilorin now? Apparently the person is Igbo. I think she was saying Ilorin, so it was sound like figurine. So that happens sometimes. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that beyond having state and capital based on Abia Umaya, what other nations, developed nations, what they did is to have states be the ethnicity. All right? And then the capital can determine. So the state is not Ondo State or your state. The state is Yoruba State. So we know from Lagos to Jeba is Yoruba state. By the way, in case it sounds very deep, it's the same thing in Canada. 1999, I was a teacher. I used to teach it. Oh boy, I've taught nursery, primary, secondary, and I used to do tutorial in university. So maybe I like teaching. I think it's stuck from from Kwara figuring. Ah boy, but that was a long time ago. I was saying that what I just said right now is what you find in Canada. There's a French Canada, right? You go to Quebec, for instance, say you want to go to anything in Quebec or Montreal, they speak French with pride. You will not go there and tell them to speak English because they are all in the same country and call them tribalists for not speaking English. It will be as though you are not. Like maybe the person just escaped from an asylum. The question I have for you is this: if that can happen in Canada, why can't it happen in Nigeria? Does that mean Canada has broken into two? I'll see if I can read some of these things to you before I read Papa's final word on that matter. Give me a second. I want to read some things very quickly. So you mentioned what happened like I said, this book, it dealt with the constitution of every single country or nation on earth. Okay, good. Let me read this to you very quickly. It says the story of Canada is somewhat different from what happened in the United States, which he spoke about earlier. Or maybe I should read what happened in the US so that we can have an understanding of it. There were 13 states which in 1776 were confronted with the problem of reconciling the passionate desire for independent regional governments with the equally passionate desire for an all-embracing and uniting central government. At first, they settled for confederalism, but many American men of affairs soon discovered that this arrangement was too weak at the center and too strong at the circumference. A public debate ensued. It was inspired by George Washington and conducted by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay on the side of federalism. And in 1787, a new constitution was evolved, which with some amendments has remained till this day as a scored fountain of American legalism and the archetype of federalism in other parts of the world. Understand the stories of those countries. Did you ever sit down? Did your father and my father ever sit down and say, okay, we want to be part of anything? You say, oh, they went to constitutional conference. I know about it. That was 1950 in Ibadan, I think. That was 53 in London. That was 54 in the UK. Yes. But they were already together. They were already brought together before they were having meetings with them. The colonialists were having meetings with those they are brought together. Oh, yeah, this is how you must do it. Oh, yeah, how do you want to do what we have given to you? Why must you even say we must do it? Which is why, I'm sorry, I'm digressing a lot, but you enjoy what I'm doing today. This is why this is a little issue that I have with the confab of 2014 that was organized by Goodluck Jonathan. They said there was one thing they cannot talk about, which is the breakup of Nigeria. I said, why not? Do I want Nigeria to break up? No. Do I think the conversation should be had? Yes. Do I want, splinter everywhere? We have several countries coming out of Nigeria. That's not the point. The point is you cannot have a marriage where both parties have no out. I've talked about it here before. I'll talk about it again. The way I did it, I'm sure you remember the example I gave. There's an example of a couple in the US. I won't mention their names. Just keep a straight face like you don't know them. They're very popular. They said that this marriage they are in, they will never divorce. It will never come up. I don't like divorce, so Bible even say God hates divorce. But see, even God allowed it. But this one said, no, they will never allow divorce. And I understand where they're coming from because it's not pretty, especially for the children, and even for the spouses. Anyway, they said they will never have it. It's not a matter that will ever come up. So they were stuck. The thing, Sha, is that even though they have not divorced, the kind of relationship that evolved between both of them It's have been better to divorce. Like open marriage, like any disregard and disrespect for the other party, where there's all imbo, but also where you have people just sleeping around, but you shall still maintain that you are together. I think that's what happens when you say things like you cannot have conversations about breaking up. Why can't you have that conversation? It doesn't mean you're going to break up. If, for instance, you break the girl's head, why should she stay? Because God hates divorce. You go and carry, can you just break the girl, beat the girl anyhow, but the girl must stay so that you can be happy that you are together. Or the girl is abusing the guy. That's why people can talk to your life. You feel like dying. There are women like that. But you must be there because God, that's the point. So when Jonathan came up with this confab and said they cannot discuss breakup of Nigeria, I'm like, they should discuss it. If you're going to break up, what's the modalities going to look like? Talk about it. Every country talks about things like this. I don't know why African countries don't talk about things like this. And maybe that's why African countries are not like developed countries, because they can't talk about certain things. Anyway, back to what we're reading. What is now known as... Okay, sorry. The story of Canada is somewhat different. In 1605 and 1608, respectively, the French founded Port Royal, now Annapolis Royal, in Nova Scotia and Quebec. Both of these settlements became British possessions during the first 60 years of the 18th century. The one by the cession of Nova Scotia, of which it formed a part, and the other by conquest. After the American Declaration of Independence, a very large number of American loyalists crossed the frontiers into Canada and settled in Ontario, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, all of which were under British control and administration. After the arrival of these English-speaking settlers, a series of constitutional experiments began, which lasted from 1791 to 1867. See how long they were experimenting? 60... Wait, though. That's about 76 years. From 1791 to 1867. That's 76 years. Right? Right? Yes. At first, Canada, like Nigeria, was administered as two separate units, Upper Canada and Lower Canada, each with its own governor and legislative assembly. The French settlers in Quebec bitterly resented the presence of the British immigrants, who were grouped in Lower Canada with them. Again, at the time, they were also doing what we did in Nigeria, north-south, north-west-east, right? Abia, Umaya, like we're doing state and capital, like, so you have several ethnicities in one state. The French settlers in Quebec bitterly resented the presence of the British immigrants who were grouped in Lower Canada with them. Then, following Lord Durham's report of 1839, the two units were amalgamated under a unitary government in 1840. Because of the relentless agitation for autonomy on the part of the French-speaking Canadians, this experiment was abandoned in 1867, when the federal constitution, under which the country has been peacefully governed since, was introduced. There were only 4 provinces in existence in 1867, namely Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. The 2 factors in favor of federalism were linguistic and geographical. Both English and French are official languages in Canada. Just to say that what we are talking about in Nigeria right now happened to Obi Kanri. It happened to some Anobis. And this Anobi that we're talking about right now is the Anobi Canada. It happened in Canada, and they also found a way to resolve it. And they followed this simple formula: language and geography. So we're not talking about what happened in Mexico, in New Zealand, in I'll read a few more things, because I think I prefer this to just go. If I go to that video, that's goes back alone. If you want to start playing that video, but I want to just let's read together. Let's read a few more things from this book. It says here, so let's go to Europe, okay? We are jumping a lot of pages, by the way. If you want more information, please get the book, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. If you go to Redomi Books on Telegram, you can order it, and the book will be delivered to you wherever you are in the world. Why is this important? Because we need to grow a nation. We need to develop this country called Nigeria. If we want to develop, this is how to do so. We have to fix the structure and stop shouting, China went to China, new climb, sinner climb, as though you are not saying. But we are all saying in Jesus' name. Amen. Let us read. Europe. There are 36 countries in the continent of Europe. Only one of them, that is Gibraltar, a British naval base with a population of 25,502, is a dependency. Of the remaining 35, 26 are unilingual. 26 are unilingual. In other words, they speak only one language. And with the exception of the two Germanys, by the way, when you hear two Germanys, it's because at the time there was West Germany and there was East Germany. But now we have only one Germany. With the exception of the two Germanys, they all have a unitary type of constitution. There are, of course, minority linguistic elements close to the borders of adjoining states. This is a common and ineradicable phenomenon and presents no constitutional problem. The remainder speak more than one language. Of these, 6, that is Austria, Spain, Switzerland, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Union of Soviet Socialist Russia and Yugoslavia, are multilingual, whilst 3, namely Belgium, Cyprus, and Czechoslovakia, are bilingual. Of these 9 multilingual and bilingual countries, 5 have a federal type of constitution. They are Austria, Czechoslovakia, Switzerland, the USSR, and Yugoslavia. As is well known, with the exception of Switzerland, each of these countries had for centuries been governed under a unitary system, which, while it lasted, evoked considerable bitterness and hostility from the minority linguistic groups. After the advent of a socialist regime, Russia and her sister countries in Europe and Asia adopted a federal constitution in which the constituent states are organized on the basis of language. After the end of the Second World War, Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia followed the example of the USSR. They too went federal and gave each linguistic group a separate autonomous state. In other words, there is a state called Tiv state. There is Edo state, not Edo like this, because even Edo state has more than Edo is not one ethnicity. Edo state is not one ethnicity. I mean, I'm sure you all know that. The Esako, for instance, have a different language from the Isha and so on and so forth. But there are people that call themselves Edo, by the way. Let's go on. On the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918, Austria adopted a federal constitution. Thank you so much, Empress, for the link in the comment section. That's the link to where you can get the books. On the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918, Austria adopted a federal constitution. The country was divided into 8 states, the operative factors being divergence of nationality and language. You notice the difference between them and us. The basis of state creation is nationality, language. For our own, is only geography. Sometimes you have geography with them, with the Oyibo, but so you have ethnicity, language, most predominantly. Then sometimes with geography, but never just geography. We do geography before we think of language. All right? And if you're a Yoruba person, this may not mean much to you because we are many. We be many, nations are coming. We are many. All right? But there are ethnicities that are, go to Delta State now. See what the Shekiri people are going through. Why should they be going through that kind of thing? In 1957, Willings Commission, they said they wanted to be with their Yoruba brothers. I have the report here. If time permits, we'll read what they said. But certain people, they're just selfish, deplorable, greedy, covetous clowns riled other people up to say, no, they must be in the Midwest. And even though nothing came out of Willing's Commission in 1950, Willing Commission report of 1958, 5 years later, when they created that region, they put those people there. Anyway, I'm just trying to tell you that one of the reasons you're not growing is not because you're not senile, it's because your structure is rubbish. Sorry, pardon the French. But it's true, it's rubbish. Where were we? On the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918, Austria adopted a federal constitution. The country was divided into 8 states, the operative factors being divergence of nationality and language. As regards the latter, the Slovene and the Croat-speaking minorities were given their own separate states. Carinthia for the Slovene-speaking minority, and Syria and Burgenland for the Croat-speaking minority. In spite of the most trying vicissitudes of Hitler's Anschluss, the Second World War and foreign military occupation, when Austria regained its sovereignty in 1955, it readopted the former federal system. South Tyrol, a predominantly Italian-speaking territory, which has been a bone of contention between Austria and Italy since 1918, is now the 9th state of Austria. The Federal Constitution of Switzerland dates back to 1847. The factors which decided the makers of the Constitution in favor of federalism were divergence of nationality, geographical separateness, and linguistic differences. All the 4 languages of Switzerland, including Romance, which is spoken by about 50,000 people in a population of 5.7 million, are recognized as official languages. I want to do that again. All the 4 languages of Switzerland, including Romance, which is spoken by about 50,000 people in a population of 5.7 million, are recognized as official languages. How can we have been independent since 1960? And at this big age, we still say our official language is English, and we are happy about it. Think about it. Someone says, oh boy, that's the only language that we can use. Says who? Should you throw English language away? Of course not. It's a global, is a number one, is the highest resource language in the world. English. So no, we've got to learn it. We shouldn't throw it away. But in a way, we are still colonized. Me, I shall like those English people, because what they did. One day, maybe we should study it. By the way, maybe we should study it. Maybe we should study what the British did. People are talking about, oh, they removed the, what's that they used to talk about? Oil, resources. It's not about that. You spend your lifetime wishing to live in England. That, for me, as far as I'm concerned, is more powerful than the oil they are taking in Nigeria. When everybody in Côte d'Ivoire wants to live in France, that's beyond the fact that they've taken your resources, though. They're taking your brains too. Both physically and which one? The other one. 50,000 people out of 5.7 million people, and they still consider their language an official language. We would say no. How come? I was somewhere the other day, said, let us use Pidgin English as official language. I was like, why? It's not like they took you as slaves and put you somewhere where you lost all your languages and you have to create something for yourself, like it happened in the New World. You are in your father's land, your ancestral land, and language is not enough to be seen as official language. How colonized are you? I know the crazy part. Let me tell you the crazy part. Maybe we should have a session on this thing because it's actually quite interesting. The English were colonized for 400 years by the Romans. What language do they speak? Latin. Do you see them speaking Latin all over the place? Yes. But is it the same way they spoke it there? No. And it's not Pidgin Latin. They use the word they just borrow from it. Just like we also borrowed from Yoruba people, we borrowed from English. We have Fanny Moros. That's what the English did with Latin. They borrowed. We are probable. Colonized for 400 years. Of course, use Latin a lot. At some point, they also we're over it. So you still see Latin, especially in law and so on and so forth. But what they've done is just borrow and create new words. It's still the English language, is not Latin. Why do we think that? Which is why, I mean, Fine Morris is a very good example. I just, come up with it. I mean, you know how we say these things. You borrow from it. Your language is becoming more robust. But you're not jettisoning what's yours because you were colonized by some people. Let me tell you something. The anger that a lot of people have is that they are still colonized. They're just angry with themselves. The day you are free, you will know. Let us speak pidgin. Why can't English be the kingdom? We want unity. What kind of rubbish unity are you looking for? Which unity are you looking for? Even India, they have about 26 official languages. No, but Nigeria, we are united. We are not serious. Hopefully our generation will change things, but we are not serious. We can grow a fantastic country, but we can't grow a country while playing the ostrich. You know how the ostrich behaves? Yeah, burying your head in the sand and acting as if everything happening around you is not happening. Everything that is real to you is what's in that place where you buried your head. We're just joking now. Where were we? I've been reading Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. This book was published in 1966. This was 19 years after the other one I read, Path to Nigerian Freedom, was published in 1947. The arguments are essentially the same. So let's continue. We're in Europe. So he says here that there are 4 languages, and one of those 4 languages at the time had only 50,000 speakers in a country of 5.7 million. And he didn't say it's a minority. And if you're a Nigerian, or if you're a Yoruba person, for instance, these are things you think about. What makes Yoruba language, I mean, to be fair, is the fight for the minorities, but I also think it's something that you think about. I don't think any language should be necessarily superior to other languages. You know what I mean? Why should it be superior? We are all citizens of the same country, aren't we? So why can't your language be seen that way? What's wrong with your language being taught in schools? Yesterday I saw someone put something on social media, say that all the states in the Southwest must teach Yoruba language. And I feel like even that is a loss. Our conversation in 2026 cannot be that we should teach Yoruba language in our schools. Our conversation in 2026 has to be that Yoruba language should be the language of instruction in schools. And those are 2 different things. Teaching Yoruba as a subject is what we've always done. Teaching Yoruba as a subject, right? So you have math, English, physics, chemistry, all taught in English language. Then you have a particular subject, Yoruba, you teach it in Yoruba language. That's what we've done. What we've been trying to do, I have a book inside, written in the 1970s by Professor Babs Fafunwa on education in Nigeria. Maybe one of these days we'll read it. What we should be trying to do is to revive the it's not even just theory or hypothesis, but the ideas of people like Professor Babs Fafunwa, who came up with this experiment in Ife back in the 70s, where they divided the class into 2 and taught a group in English language and taught the rest in Yoruba language. Using Yoruba as language of instruction means you teach physics in Yoruba language. You teach chemistry in Yoruba language. And before you say, hey, it's not possible, people are literally doing it on social media today. They're doing it on Facebook. People are teaching math in Yoruba language. And you probably were born in the city. Our children, just like me, my children speak both languages. I mean, they grew up hearing their parents. Myself and their mom, we talk in both languages, English, Yoruba. So naturally they speak it too. But there are people who be saying, I will tell you my daddy for you. That's not English, though. That's nonsense. Such people, if you teach them in Yoruba, they will do well. They'll be saying integer. They don't know what you're talking about. So the fight for us right now is to say, we want to have Yoruba as language of instruction. And people are doing it, by the way, particularly in rural schools. In rural schools, my mother was a teacher. She retired many years ago. But before she retired, she was teaching. And in those schools, sometimes they have to, you teach the kids with a language that, thank you, Ms. Ademola. You teach the goal is to get them to understand, Rabbi. Like, you're not there to show how great you are as far as speaking English is concerned. If you want them to understand, you teach them the language they're going to understand. What I'm saying basically is this. The reason we still have a problem with that kind of thing is because we're still colonized. And then you have some clowns who be shouting unity. Why should we? And I know the people I'm talking about, I don't want to make it about anybody, right? At least for now, until I play that video. Why should we have to learn Yoruba in Guinea? Why are you living in Yoruba land? Did they beg you to live in Yoruba land? If, for instance...
Bluetooth disconnected.
Oh, God.
Bluetooth connected.
Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, everybody. If I move to Kaduna today, nobody has to tell me to learn Hausa. Because if I mention Germany now, we say if you move to Germany, you have to learn the language before you even, for the most part, before you're even able to really work, you need to be able to speak German. If you go to Switzerland, depending on the state or the county or canton, depending on the canton you go in Switzerland, you have to learn the language of that canton, right? In order to get serious work. If I mention that now, you say, oh, but Germany is a different nation. If you go to Hausa land, you will learn the language. If you don't, you'll be speaking English and you will not get what you want. So for those who are praying for, who are asking for Yoruba language to be a language of instruction, I think we need to move beyond that and begin to ask for something deeper. Who want Yoruba language to be taught in schools? I think we've moved beyond that. We should be asking for Yoruba language to be the language of instruction in our schools. Somebody says, Batrenchi. Oh, yes, Batrenchi. I don't understand English. No English. If you like, be telling the person that I'm also Nigerian. Why can't you speak English? One second, I want to switch the audio source. But we're still going to have a great time, by the way. So we're in Europe, Abby. Mi ò gbọ́ English. Bikes. Guys on bikes. Wọ́n lè wà yàn lọ sí Mike sọ̀rọ̀ ìdí òdà. They can fly from here to Aljana. 1 second, please. Hope you can hear me. Go deeper. Free Spirit says Agbe. Oh, see the way you wrote it. One second, please. All right, we're good. So let's get going. So let's continue with Switzerland. I think the basis of this is also to tell us that what we're going through in Nigeria is not so unique. We are really. There's a way they fixed it, and we can learn from them. And then, once I'm done with all this Turenchi, we'll listen to some of the recordings or some of the clips from what happened over the weekend. The Federal Constitution of Switzerland dates back to 1847. The factors which decided the makers of the constitution in favor of federalism were divergence of nationality, geographical separateness, and linguistic differences. all the 4 languages of Switzerland, including Romance, which is spoken by about 50,000 people in a population of 5.7 million, are recognized as official languages. In this connection, it must be pointed out that in Austria, the USSR, and Yugoslavia, every language is recognized as the official language in the state in which it is predominant, whilst Czech and Slovak are both recognized as official languages in Czechoslovakia. So, in the south, in Yoruba land, we can have English language, we don't have to throw it away, and Yoruba, or even say Yoruba and English language as our official languages. Why is Yoruba English important? Because we still have to deal with the remaining federation called Nigeria. But we're not going to jettison our language in favor of that. You get what I mean? As we have noted, Belgium and Cyprus are bilingual. They are bilingual states, but they have a unitary type of constitution. Both of them are eloquent examples of the cardinal error inherent in man's efforts to make a success of a unitary constitution in a country where there are 2 or more territorially separate linguistic groups. So far, Belgium does not find it all too easy to carry on under its unitary constitution. We say this because the Dutch-speaking Flemings continue to demand a separate autonomous region for themselves within the framework of a Belgian federation. As recently as 15 February 1962, a law was enacted by the Belgian Parliament, which provided for a fixed linguistic boundary between the Flemish-speaking and the French-speaking areas of the country. Flemish is recognized as the official language in the one, and French as the official language in the other. Yet Belgium, as a sovereign nation, came into existence in 1831. That is 135 years ago, as at 1966. You can do the math. It is a considered view that Belgium has been able to maintain a stable government under a unitary constitution for 3 reasons. Firstly, the Belgian population consists roughly of 55% Dutch-speaking Flemings and 45% French-speaking Wallons. In other words, the 2 linguistic groups are more or less evenly matched in numerical strength. Secondly, the prevailing form of government is parliamentary democracy. And thirdly, Belgian political parties are nationwide in membership and operation and cut across linguistic frontiers. Turkish minority. The latter have agreed to work linguistic identity are being entrenched. Before we leave this country, we will do well to remember that the Greek-speaking and the Turkish-speaking Cypriots have lived together in Cyprus for upwards of 1,000 years. Yet, they find it extremely difficult to work together in unity under a unitary constitution. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is in a class by itself. It has 3 linguistic and national groups within our borders, but manages to run a stable government under a unitary constitution. The 3 linguistic and national groups are the English-speaking people of England, the Gaelic-speaking people of Scotland, and the Welsh-speaking peoples of Wales. But the latter 2 are now completely assimilated into the English culture. The languages have all but disappeared, which is why they are fighting hard to restore it now. Of the 5.2 million Scottish, only 76,600 speak Gaelic and English, whilst only 1,079 speak no other language than Gaelic. There are 2.7 million Welsh people, only 656,000 of them speak Welsh and English, whilst 27,000 speak no other language than Welsh. And statistical data show that the number of Gaelic and Welsh speakers is diminishing with years. After all this has been said, 3 things among others are responsible for the success of unitary constitution in the United Kingdom. Firstly, we are going to the end of this book, to this reading, before we go on to other stuff. Firstly, the English people are first-rate imperialists. They are past masters in the art of subjugating and managing other people of any clime and tongue. They started by uniting the crowns of England and Scotland. Then they proposed the union of the two kingdoms so as to put an end to hostilities between them, to facilitate mutual commercial intercourse, and to present a united front against outside enemies. When it came to discussing the terms of the union, the English proved more astute than the Scots. The latter are reputed to have been very good at making money, but the English are past masters at exploiting and subjugating other people. What they're saying here is this, if you want the kind where everybody could speak one particular language, one group will have to conquer the rest, essentially. You subjugate the rest, which is what the Han Chinese did in China. The Han Chinese were not 92% originally. They kept conquering. And their history is actually quite interesting. They kept conquering and absorbing. And sometimes they also adapt to the culture that they conquer in order to create a new culture. But they are the ones conquering. Do you get? And then they create something new. Until now, they just went all over the entire place. So that today, China is 92% Han Chinese and 52 other groups. So the other groups, 52%. Imagine 52 people sharing 8%. What impact are they going to have on the 92% of one ethnicity? Little or nothing. So he's saying here that about the UK, that England has mastered the art of subjugating people and exploiting them. And so after conceding in certain innocuous rights and privileges to Scotland, the union was concluded. The opinion has been authoritatively expressed that if the union had been contracted, say a century after 1707, the Scots would have successfully insisted on the federal constitution for the United Kingdom. The incorporation of Wales and England was the result of forcible annexation and colonization, pure and simple. In other words, England can do the things they did even in the UK because now them they colonized other people. I'm Yoruba. I did not colonize other people. Therefore, I don't have that duty to anybody. Praise God. No, Taiwo, no. The UK has 4. It's not even about. They have a title. First Minister, thank you. First Minister. So they have a First Minister, but they only have one. The UK has one Prime Minister. And it's quite interesting. Have you ever thought about it? That England does not have a First Minister. Anyway, let's go back to reading. But most Prime Ministers have been English. Gordon Brown was Scottish. So, I think, was Gordon Brown the first or second Scottish? That's about it. Most of them have been English. All right, thank you for the First Minister stuff in the comment section. We're on the same page. First, I'm going to go first, exactly. So, if people don't mind Yoruba people conquering them, then maybe we can do some of the things they want. Until then, and if they do that, then all of them will speak Yoruba language, which is not bad. But I'm not thinking of conquering anybody, just to be clear. Where were we? Before I read on, have you ever thought about it when people say things like, there's a video trending, did you see that video? Where, if I find it, I'll play. I know I'm going off, but sometimes, reading you have to spice up reading. There's a video that was trending, let me see if I can find it. Well, it was an Igbo man talking to, oh dear, to, I think they are English boys, and it got to a point where they asked him if he wanted them to colonize Nigeria again. Do you see that video? Let me see. If anybody in the comment section sees it, then I think it will make it easier for me. You saw it? Okay. Someone says 2 racist boys. Maybe they are racist. maybe they are racist. But there's some truth to what he said. No, I'll explain what I'm not saying what they said makes sense. Sorry, I'm not saying what they said is totally right, but there's something about what they said that I think. I'll see if I can find that video. Just as a okay, good. Shoot. See, at some point, as Africans or as Nigerians, you have to calm down and actually consider what people are saying to wonder and to know exactly what the issue is. Let me see if I can find. I saw it just now. Okay, I think it's this one. Please hold on for a bit. Let's just try and make it. Is it this one? Okay.
Would you like us to come and colonize you again and sort it out?
To come and colonize us again,
Yeah.
sort it out.
Yeah, should we go over and colonize you and stop the horrific slaughter of Christians?
No, but that's what you have created.
Yeah, so should we sort it out?
When you talk about the benefit.
No, I wanted to begin from. I want to start from the beginning. I don't like all this cut and join. When he said it, there was something he said before he told them that before he asked that question. 1 second, please. Let me look for it. Let me calm down, look for it. I'll play it for you. I'll tell you what I think about. I'll ask you what you think. I'd like to know what you think about it. Let me find you that video. Probably get you mad, but it's okay. All these people are playing half. I want the full one. Okay, good.
Colonize you and stop the horrific slaughter of Christians.
No, but that's what you have created.
Yeah, so should we sort it out?
When you talk about the benefit of the British Empire,
would you like us to come and colonize you? Would you like us to come and colonize you again?
So I'll explain while I'm looking for it. So the man had gone there to tell them all the horrors that have come from, England or the United Kingdom colonizing Nigeria and the issues that we're having in the country and so on and so forth. Then the young man, who somebody in the comment section called a racist, said, would you like us to come colonize you again? And people took an exception to it. He got really angry and he took them to the cleaners. But I think it's a wrong approach. I mean, it's okay to respond to them that way in that moment, but I think we should consider what they were saying. And then I will tell you what I think. It's just a shame that the clips I'm seeing are, when people want to, I don't like that I'm a victim mindset. Like, let's listen to everything. What I'll show you is more like court, because you want to prove that he says something bad. Oh shoot! You know what? Let's look for it on another platform. I wish I saved it. It would have been easier for me to tell you now. Just give me a second. I'll find it for you. It will be worth all this stress. Okay. I found one I think is better. Just to get off the adverts. Okay, let's go here. I found it. This is good, I think. Yeah, let's get ready. I do this because when we read, sometimes we also want to connect it with what's happening and then gives us better understanding, if you got what I mean. Good.
Would you like us to come and colonize you again and sort it out?
To come and colonize us again.
Yeah.
Sort it out.
Yeah, should we go over and colonize you and stop the horrific slaughter of Christians?
No, but that's what you have created.
Yes, so should we sort it out?
When you talk about the benefit of the British Empire, it did as good as much as it did A+1. And it's quite rich for you to sit there thinking you can patronize someone as me that is more intelligent than you are.
Were these massacres happening when we were running?
Sorry, guys saying that is more intelligent than Joyinbo. Are you? If you are, you won't say it. Sorry, I may not sound very... Just listen to it. I'll find the longer one.
Than you arrogant twat that is out there talking rubbish.
My people, what if Britain went back to Africa?
Oh, I thought it was good. I want to listen to the full thing. Esha, Mambo, I think I found it. Okay, good. Took me a while, but I'm finally here. I just want to testify. Mambo, in fact, basically,
in Nigeria, let me educate you, you're ignorant of this, was to see that it was easy to control the people in the north by climbing on the back, by piggybacking on the oligarchy, the oligarchical system, the feudal system in Nigeria. The Ibos were like, at some point, no, our life was terrible by your oppressive regime and rulership. We need to be free. And that was a crime. When the Ibos and the Yorubas joined forces to say that we needed independence, what did Britain do when they finally agreed to let go? They made those Northerners who rejected English education, English religion, English way of life, the overlord over these two who were civilized and educated, because it was easy to control the whole of Nigeria using the Islamic feudal system. And that is why we have the genocide, the massacre of Christians ongoing now in Nigeria. And what has Britain said about it?
Would you like us to come and colonize you again and sort it out?
To come and colonize us again,
yeah.
Sort it out.
Yeah, should we go over and colonize you and stop the horrific slaughter of Christians?
No, but that's what you have created.
Yeah, so should we sort it out?
When you talk about the benefit of the British Empire, it did as good as much as it did A+1. And it's quite rich for you to sit there thinking you can patronize someone as me that is more intelligent than you are.
Were these massacres happening when we were running your country?
I'm more intelligent and more educated than you arrogant twat that is out there talking rubbish. You want to come and colonize Nigeria?
Wait. Were these massacres happening?
If you are not, can you?
Were these massacres happening
as
under
dumb
us?
As stupid as you
or
are,
did they happen when we left you to run your own country?
That's very stupid.
Were they happening under the British? When we were running your country, were these massacres
you want to come back and colonize Nigeria?
Were these massacres
damn stupid
happening under us? Britain survived a very long time without the need for any migration.
I'm going to tell you what I think in a bit. I'm going to play you something from a Nigerian. Just listen, please.
The same muscle that supports your...
We need to give Nigeria back to the white man. I think, like, instead of this whole, like, creating new political parties, instead of doing all of that, like, just take a good look at the economy, especially how we work on it, and just hand it over to the white man. And I don't even think that, like, there needs to be any, like, struggle. I think that we, as the next generation, should just look around and be like, this is not working. It's not. And
this one doesn't have sense. I'm a last sentence. So you have one on one hand, people saying you are wrong to say you come and colonize us again. This other one say just give everything to them because everything was very good when they were colonizing us. Let me tell you the real issue. The real issue is this. It's not about let me tell you something. If England of the United Kingdom, if they recolonize Nigeria, Nigeria's structure will be the first thing they fix. Nigerian structure with the first thing they fix. And they're not going to create that structure for your benefit. They'll create it for their benefit. And I'll tell you, you will say it's working because you see roads, you see trains, just like at the time they built trains and stuff for their own benefit. The reason they're asking you that should they come and colonize you again is this. If after all these years of independence, you are still talking to an Oyibo man and you are saying, see what you gave to us, that's the independence. That's what it means. When see what you did to me, for me, I just think it's nonsense. It doesn't make you sound like someone that is ready for life. Or see what Oyibos did. And I'm not saying Igbo did not do anything, no. But when last did you see United States? United States was colonized now. You know, when I was younger, I was asking a question. It took me a while, but I was like, I must find this answer. Why is the US not part of Commonwealth? I never thought about it. Why is the United States not part of Commonwealth? They were also under King George. They had to fight for their own independence in 1776. They gained independence from England or Britain. So why are they not in Commonwealth? Why did the United States decide to come with their own metric system that was different from what the British used? Why did they change the spelling of the words? Why do you write color? You have to remove the U if you're in America. Why do you spell meter the way you do in the US? Why do you have the R in front instead of the ER? Why do you spell center the way you do? Why did they do those things? I mean, just think about it. There are certain things that you do to assert that independence. You cannot blame England. Sincerely, listen, all the things that the gentleman said about, oh, they gave Hausa the Fulani and because of Kinko. Yeah, they did. So what? They did. And so, what are you going to do about it? That's the point. If you're not going to do anything about it apart from crying, you might as well tell them to come and recolonize you now. That's the point. You may not like it. It's the truth. So you've been together all these years. Let's assume, okay, there was military dictatorship and everything, which of course, who started it? Who started this nonsense? As terrible as the system was, it definitely got worse in 1966. Let's face the fact. I'll make you because when the Yoruba and when the Yoruba and the Igbo came together to do for independence, the Hausas were against it. Moved away from the topic. Today is just an interesting conversation, eh? You know, when I was in secondary school, I took government, and I can never forget that phrase from Mr. Makinde, taught me government in secondary school. When Anthony Nauro moved the motion for independence in 1953, proposing 1956 as date of independence, the Northerners protested and they voted against it. And they use a particular word, as soon as practicable. That was the first time in my life I heard that word, practicable. And I think that word is just my head like that. As soon as practicable. When I was growing up, I thought it was wrong. Why would I say as soon as? And that's the impression we got from the person speaking on the North said no to independence. Of course they will say no now. Because at that time, they were discovering the folly of their ways. And they were wrong, but they were discovering the folly of their ways. What's the folly of their ways? 50 years prior, 30 years prior, 40 years prior, they had a conversation. They had an agreement with the British government to ensure that the missionaries did not get to the north. At least to the core northern areas. Why? So that the feudal lords will be able to continue to use religion, Islam, to dominate their people because of the fear that if the colonialists came up north, they will introduce Christianity. Crazy thing, Christianity went everywhere it went with education, Western education. By the 1950s, they woke up and suddenly realized that they didn't have educated people that were Hausas like that. Look at the interview that was conducted in 1964. I played it here several times with Sadawana. He said the same thing. They didn't have enough people to step into those into the vacancies that would be left, right, or that would be created if the British had left. So they were like, oh, as soon as practicable, and practicable can be 5 years, can be 10 years. That was from the beginning. It was holding us down. But the truth is that they needed to make sure that when they had their own region, they had people to put there. However, they had no people to put there because in the past, they had stopped themselves from developing because of feudal power, which was the reason the British preferred them. It's a bit complex. You get the point. The British preferred the Hausa Fulani, particularly the Fulani, because of the feudal system. But the feudal system was the reason the people did not make progress as far as Western education was concerned. By the time independence was coming close, they needed Western educated people to fill the spaces that the British would be leaving. They had none. That's the reason a lot of people moved up north. When the thing that happened in Sudan happened, they read the book by Moffat, Let Truth Be Told. They were like, if you're from Syria, everybody is Sudan, just, as you're living the Sudan mission, just come to northern Nigeria. They're going to absorb them as expatriates. All of this to say that, listen, whatever they did in the north, they did. In 2026, our conversation cannot be, see what the British gave to us. It's a show of shame. It's a show of shame. Someone says the British always prefer feudal system anywhere they go because it's a mirror of what they practice, where they're coming from. You see, question. I didn't answer the question about why America was not in Commonwealth. You're going to answer that question, on your own, and why they changed the spelling and the metric system. Just think about it and answer on your own. On that question, you should ask yourself, why do you have House of Lords and House of Commons? Who were the Lords and who were the Commons? It's Commons. Just think of commoners. Who were in the House of Lords? What does it represent? These are vestiges of a feudal system. You have the nobles, you have the lords, you have the serfs, the common people. In Ilorin, they'll call them talakawas, or in the north. Or, let's go to about one talaka. Talaka is not poor people. Talaka is masses, the common folk. The British, much of Western Europe was feudal. If maybe Industrial Revolution will change the story, Western Europe, it was Industrial Revolution that changed everything. Before Industrial Revolution, most of the states, that was why it was also very easy for them to work with the church, to create the structure that society will work with, and whatever the church said was what it was, the church and the king, the church and the crown. Of course, up until Protestant Reformation and what happened with Church of England. But you get the point. The point is, and even when Church of England when England broke away from the Roman Catholic Church, they still created Church of England. It was still the church and the crown. So they were used to that feudal system. So by the time they got here, all they had to do was to just look for a group that was doing, they found a group that was doing it, which was very cool for them. They found the Fulani. Those who had perfected that system in the north. And that's the reason when Lord Lugard was going to copy that model and, transpose it to other parts of Nigeria, he assumed that in Yoruba land, you'll be able to have the same indirect rule system. Why? Because you had kings, not knowing that our kings had no absolute authority. And that's what Papa was saying in the first book, that the powers that the Obas had just before independence, they didn't used to be like that. No king was born before the British arrived. So the corruption you saw, and I'm not saying that our systems were perfect, but I'm saying the kind of corruption you saw with the advent of the British, you wouldn't see that in the traditional society because the kings were not all powerful. They had checks and balances. An example I like to give a lot, and I'm sure I've given it here before, is when you study the Ẹkáàbọ Women Association led by, although there's a political angle to it, Fumlara and some Kuti. The group, one of the groups that supported the movement of the Egba Women Association in England for a deposition of the king were the Ogboni, because they had been rendered impotent by the advent of the British. Because the British required the king to be so powerful so that only they will be the only checks and balances that the king, or the only check and balance that the king needed. Who were the judiciary, all those people that were questioning the king, nobody can question the king anymore. So the king had absolute power. All of that to say that that has come and gone. Whatever system we have in Nigeria right now, yes, you can say, let's go back to the past and see what happened. But we don't go to the past so that we can cry. And to cry to every other person, you're crying to an Oyibo boy. You are like, the man is like maybe 50s, 60s. You're crying to a 20-something-year-old white boy. That already shows power imbalance. You may be speaking English. In fact, your English already shows that you are subservient. You may not agree. So, see what he did to us. The boy did not do it though. His father was not even the one that did it though. Maybe his grandfather was not alive at the time, because these children on social media, 20-year-old, very small boys. And as they see what he did to us, the British did this, the British did that. That's why I said every time, I don't like the idea of asking Oyinbo for forgiveness. I don't even like reparation. I don't even like the one I don't want to say. Let me not say it, because that one is very, very controversial. But I will say it one day. When you ask for things like that, you're actually telling them that you're not on the same level, which is why every time you mention, why don't you have an African, and I've said this before, I'll say it again and again. Why don't we have an African on the Security Council in the UN? They're looking at you like, says who? Are you supposed to share it with you just because you have a continent and you have a lot of people? Over 1 billion people, and so what? Is that how you become a member of the Security Council? You are doing yes, sir. Somebody will sit down in England, like we were saying the other day. Somebody will sit down in the US and call all of you African presidents. China African Summit. We are not shameful. We don't have shame. China, Africa. One country to 54 countries are having a summit. You think they will think you are serious? Be shouting all Europe or developed Africa all over the place. It's just something to make you feel like, see what they did to us. What they did to you is true. You are right though. But you have to find a way to do what you will do to them too now. It's not by crying. You see what they did to us. I saw that video, I was just laughing. I didn't want to laugh when I was watching it because it would be that I was a bad person. So see what they did. When you click on, Oyinbo now came, Africa now came, Nigeria was now came. That's why we now Boko Haram killing people in Kenya. Okay, so what should we do about it? Come up with a solution. Someone said, I will call Trump for you. Sure, we saw it last week now. Davido want to have an election in Osun State. Davido is calling Trump. And you think they will assume that your country as a whole, you have brain. Election, state level, not even federal, state, governor, you are calling Trump. And you want people from outside that place, they look at you like, who are these people? Should we even go and colonize them? And you know, if they come, it will be easy. Because people just be crying and see what they're doing. Meanwhile, you be on TikTok. Well, we are different, clearly. Majority will be on TikTok, just be dancing. Which is well. Sha, all of that to say that, sorry about that. All of that to say that if we want people to take us seriously, and a lot of us work with white people, it's not by ogboju or by manipulation or by blackmail. It's not by that. And we have a lot of people who are doing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not like it's novel. Nobody has ever done it before. There are many people, there are many Nigerians, right, doing it abroad, right, and at home as well. We've got to have a critical mass where we're able to take responsibility. We understand what was done. We understand what is being done. But we understand that the responsibility to fixing it is not the person doing it. It's on you that it is affecting. can't tell you your matter before 20-year-olds on the streets of London saying, I want to tell you what Europe did to us. What kind of rubbish is that? With all the Urubon. So with all the years I've spent in your life, you're not even one of the people making decisions or even saying something to what's happening at home. You come and tell a white boy what your problem at home is. Why would he not say, wants to come and go? You know, people were angry. Everybody was making videos. Say, oh, they said this. What else you want him to say? Because as far as it's concerned, when they were in charge, of course, there was problem, by the way. There were problems. But they had a way of breaking it down. They structured this country in such a way that, boy, they took Yoruba people. I've read a report here before. Took Yoruba people to, I mean, there were Yoruba people in the north already anyway. It wasn't like they took them. They even took some people here, but there were Yoruba people living in the north. Made sure that they had, after the Hausas in the constabulary, the next number of people, like in terms of majority, in terms of numbers, right? In terms of volume, in the constabulary, were Yoruba people over 200. Hausa was 262, 272 thereabouts. Yoruba people were about 220 something in the north. Then they took the Hausas and came. They brought them to Lagos, and they were the ones. They had a lot of policemen who were Hausa. When they were going to attack Ijebu at the Magbon War, 1892, they used some of those people. And they brought some people from Guyana, brought some people from Ghana, brought the Hausa policemen, brought some folks from Ibadan, and then they went to attack Ijebu. The point is, they perfected it. The question, if you have the opportunity, what will you do? Which is what I want to tell you, Yoruba people, by the way. Let me mention this. If you're a Yoruba person, please study the wisdom of your elders. Read the Yoruba history books. It's not like we've not done things like, I can't say kini. Baba no go. Adekun àwọn tó fẹ́ wọnú ilé wa. Agbalẹ̀ náà. Tó bá léèyàn tán. We are empire builders. You can't be talking like we was kings and queens. If you're a Yoruba man, you are an empire builder. You come from a lineage of people who actually created kingdoms, powerful kingdoms, dominated territories. You can't be going around and saying, oh, see what you did to me. What would your father do? That's a question. What would your father do? And I'm not saying what they did to you was right, but they did what they did because that's how. See, the world is survival of the fittest. They've done their worst. What are you going to do now? That's the point. And I think the first thing to do is to restructure this country. Even if we still had regional system today, I will still be talking about restructuring Nigeria. Even if we had the regional system today, Adebusuyi, will be talking about restructuring this country. Why? Because I listened to the people who practiced that system when it was the best. And they wanted something else. And if you're looking for the brightest mind on this matter, it's none other than Papa. I don't care if you say I'm bigoted, that's your business. You're a bigot, you're a maggot. You are the maggot. You say I'm a bigot. The brightest mind on this point is Papa. One of the people were shouting, "One Africa, we are one," which is ridiculously stupid. Sorry, it's true. We are one of it's rubbish. We are one Africa. We are the same people. Forget your differences. It's rubbish. Nobody. There's no continent on earth where they talk like that, apart from our continent. And see how much we have grown in the last 60 years or 70 or 80 years. See, we are very strong now. We are united. It's rubbish now. People don't grow like that. People understand their differences. They embrace their differences and their uniqueness. They build based on that, then collaborate for joint efforts. For maybe some that they have what's it called now? A plan that will favor everybody at that level. But not that the one you have is not used for anything. Just shouting, let us unite. Meanwhile, the folks who are always shouting African unity, they are not united where they come from. Just everybody is scattered all over the place. Today's session, I'm going to play you a video. No, not yet. But if I play it, to scatter what I'm about to say. It's very deep stuff. We've got to be very careful in this country. Shouting unity. Unity is not the point. Create country, follow the natural order of things. All right? Get this book. Right? Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. Let's listen to something before we go. Some things, actually. I see your question about the 17 regions. They went to discuss 17 regions over the weekend. One group walked out on the rest of the nation, or the rest of the country, I should say. The Ibos, they walked out on every other person. And why? Because of Port Harcourt. I'll tell you about that. I'll play you what they said. But before I do that, let me play you something from a lady who told us about the unity that everybody's always shouting. Again, let nobody use unity to fibret the Kwelumi Obejelo. Someone said, I thought you would even say the Fulani. It wasn't the Fulani. It was Ibos that walked out. Sure, you listen to them. But before you do that, I want to first talk about this unity we're always talking about. A lady, her name is Ngozika, did a video. Someone sent to me earlier today. I was like, quite interesting. Take a listen.
In Igbo land, once you are an Osu person, once you are a slave in Igbo land, once your family or you as a person are being known as a slave in Igbo land, once your olden days parents were not originally from the community where you were born or where you reside, whether they still remember where they are, where they came from, or they can't remember where they came from, because most of them, why they remained in that community is because they cannot remember where they came from. Even their great-grandparents couldn't remember where they came from. Even their own direct parents didn't remember where they came from. So they decided to remain where they find themselves. They decided to originate where they find themselves. And the Igbo people refused to accept them, to call them their own. And this brought in Igbo land. You cannot collect a chieftaincy title. As an Osu person in Igbo land, if you are a lady, to get married to someone that is not Osu is not possible. Even if there are no other Osu men in that community and you are a woman, that means you won't get married again in that community because other people are not Osu and they cannot marry you as an Osu person. Osu person in Igbo land don't even pass freely. They don't express themselves freely because of fear of being called you are Osu, get out. Are you not a slave? Are you from here? Are you from there? Even land inheritance, the only land that they can claim is the land that their parents reside. Other land of the community, they don't have rights to partake from that property. And many other suffer that these people are facing in Igbo land. And I then ask why? Nigeria, why? Ibos, why? Surprise me when Igbo people complain about racist, about tribalism, that is happening to them in other places, in other states and countries. While in your own land, you are a tribalistic. In your own land, you are a racist. It's only in Igbo land that citizenship by birth is not working. It's only in Igbo land, in this modern time, that citizenship by birth doesn't exist. It used to baffle me. Seeing the suffer that these people go through, seeing all the suffer that they pass through in Igbo land in this recent time, in this modern age, I decided to bring it to the notice of the world that Igbo people, Osu people, slave people are still suffering in Igbo land. They are still being stigmatized. In Igbo land, once you are an Osu person, once you are a slave in Igbo land, once your family or you as a person are being known as a slave in Igbo land, once your olden days parents were not originally from the community where you were born or where you reside, whether they still remember where they are.
Listen, I like to say this often, there's no perfect community, there's no perfect society, there's no perfect ethnicity or nation. There's no perfect group anywhere in the world, including mine. We're not perfect. What you will not see me do is go across the nation to teach them about things that I have not practiced myself, about things that I need to fix at home, and make it seem as though I've fixed it already and one wants to teach people. Let's all unite. You're not united at home. I'm going to come back to this video as a session I'm going to do. Go deep into it. You're not united at home. Why not spend all this strength? Expend your strength fixing what charity begins at home, not abroad. Fix it at home, and then we can talk. Until then, just keep quiet. Just keep quiet. Let us unite. New Nigeria is possible. New Africa. Zeke used to say New Africa. Now they're saying New Nigeria. There's nothing in it. It's just a level. Rubbish. Doesn't mean anything. Let's leave that unity first, and let's create a structure that works. So that structure was the reason for the event that held recently. I'm going to read you a report. Then I'm going to listen to some interviews. All right. There's a group called Concerned Citizens Assembly. Concerned Citizens Assembly demands 17 autonomous regions, 80% revenue retention. This is from Vanguard, August 19. The Concerned Citizens Assembly has called, one second. Okay. The Concerned Citizens Assembly has called for the restructuring of Nigeria into 17 autonomous regions with greater control over the resources, security, and internal affairs, including the retention of 80% of revenues generated within their territories. The group made a demand in a communique issued on Wednesday at the end of a 3-day national dialogue held at Nikon Luxury Hotel, Abuja. The dialogue was organized by Citizens Rebirth and Awareness Initiative, CRAIN, towards the Citizens Assembly on Restructuring of Nigeria Federated Regions. Reading the communique, convener of the Assembly, Dikinowola Bioladejo, said Nigeria's centralized system had hindered development, weakened accountability, and contributed to the country's security challenges. He proposed a new federal structure in which regions would control most of the internal affairs, while the federal government would be responsible for clearly defined national functions. The proposed regions, wait for it, are Akwa Ibom, Ane Igala, Apa Agba, Bendel, Caliphate, Cross River, Gurara, Hausa, Ibo, Ijo, Kanem, Lower Benue, Niger, Plateau, Rivers, Savannah, and Yoruba. According to the Assembly, the former Plateau-Gurara proposal was divided into two regions, Plateau and Gurara, while the Upper Agba proposal was also approved. It said, disputes over boundaries and communities should be resolved through dialogue. I should repeat it again. You will pay me for this, but let me do it for love. The 17 proposed regions are Akwa Ibom. Of course, you have a lot of groups in there. You have the BBO. Of course, you also have the Orons and so on. So Akwa Ibom, Ane Igala, Akwa Agba, Bendel, Caliphate, Cross River, Gurara, Hausa, Ibo, Ijo, Kanem, Lower Benue. Kanem, of course, is Kanem Bono. Kanem, Lower Benue, Niger, Plateau, Rivers, Savannah, and Yoruba. According to the Assembly, the former Plateau-Gurara proposal was divided into two regions, Plateau and Gurara, while the Akwa Agba proposal was also approved. I'll respond in a bit. It said disputes over boundaries and communities should be resolved through dialogue, evidence, and the consent of affected communities. The Assembly added that where negotiations failed, referendums should be conducted to allow affected communities to determine their... Please pay attention to this, so we're going to get into some things. The Assembly added that where negotiations failed, referendums should be conducted to allow affected communities to determine their preferred status. On fiscal federalism, the group proposed that regions should retain 80% of revenues generated within their territories, while 20% would accrue to the federal government. It said the arrangement would promote productivity, competition, accountability, and development, while giving regions greater control over their economic resources and development. The Assembly also called for the establishment of regional police forces to handle internal security and public safety. However, it proposed that national defense, territorial integrity, and external security should remain the responsibility of the federal government. The group further proposed that each autonomous region should have its own constitution, subject to the federal constitution and the protection of fundamental human rights. We had this during the regional system, just saying. According to the Assembly, regional autonomy, again, this region is not southwest, northeast, is talking about those 17 regions. I was that you could call them regions, provinces, or states. Regardless of what you call them, they are constituent units and they're autonomous. According to this Assembly, regional autonomy must not become a tool for the domination or discrimination of minorities. It therefore called for constitutional protection for minorities, women, children, and other vulnerable groups, including guarantees of equal treatment, political representation, cultural rights, and access to public services. The group stressed that its proposal was not aimed at breaking up Nigeria, but at allowing the country to remain one sovereign nation while giving its regions greater freedom to manage their affairs. It said national unity would be stronger when founded on consent, justice, equality, and mutual respect. I'd like you to take a listen to Oladejo, Chief Oladejo, who was on Channels News, was on Arise News to discuss this proposal. Take a listen. 1 second, please. I see what you have in the comment section. I'm going to speak. We all are going to speak to those things later. But let's listen. It's here already, but I want it somewhere else so that it can be easier. Great. All right, please take a listen to this.
So I'm joined by Oladejo. He's the convener of Citizens Rebirth and Awareness Initiative. Thank you so much for being here on Newsnight.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it does look like the agitation is already on a shaky start. I mean, the Igbo delegation discredits the communique. The John Nationality, we're told, walked out of the conference or the meeting or whatever you're terming it.
No.
So what happened?
Thank you.
The did not walk out.
The John Nationality did not walk out. They did not actually participate.
They shunned the event.
Yes.
And then the Igbo delegation protested what you...
Well, Professor Obasigwe is being disingenuous and being cynical. For a person of his status, I doubt if what he did represent the view of Ibos. And I can explain.
Please go ahead.
We have a process. Each proposed region will make a presentation. They have panelists to explain and answer questions about why you think your region will not cause trouble for other regions of the country. Igbo media presentation. Everybody are there. But two of the delegates, okay, each region is supposed to be represented by minimum 20 people as delegates. Minimum 2 people and maximum 5 people as panelists to explain things. We don't want a round.
From the existing 6 regions that we have. When you say region? Which regions are you referring to? Let's even get that clear.
Okay, what we are referring to is what region Nigerians have adopted. This is the first time in history that Nigerians have been asked, what do you want? How do you want to be governed? And we went around this country. We started this journey by gathering people in Ibadan. We went to Kaduna. From Kaduna, we went to Enugu.
We had a national conference, by the way.
Can this girl keep quiet?
I didn't ask that they would be governed. There was a national.
Jesus Christ. What's wrong with this Arise? Let's not talk. Please read the National Confab report. I intentionally put it on the Telegram channel, Redomi Global. Read it and ask yourself, can you compare it with what these people are saying? I mean, if you want to interject and say things, maybe at least you'll be able to compare what you're trying to say to what they're saying, not just be picking out talking points like there's a Confab report. Yes, there was a Confab report there, but there were things that were not supposed to be talked about or discussed during the Confab in 2014. But let's just listen to it. Let's just take it all.
The national confab in 2014, and there have been several conferences as well on Nigeria federalism restructuring.
All these are debatable. How are the people selected?
Okay, so how did you select this? Well, we're going to be asking several questions without you answering. One, I said, what you got out of your conference yesterday, it's a shaky start.
No. I have evidence that if on my phone, that's why I actually brought this. I can show you messages from Igbo. The whole thing is about territory, actually. The whole thing is about territory. We ask people, what region do you want to belong to?
Okay.
A lot of people are saying, look, Yoruba region, Igbo region, Ido region. It used to be Rima region, it's now Caliphate region. And like that, everybody was asked, not based on anything other than who you are as an ethnic group.
Okay, great. So it's not a shaky start.
Can somebody help the journalists in Nigeria to keep their mouth shut when they ask questions and allow the people they are asking the questions to answer? Your ability to interrupt doesn't mean that you are very smart. It just means that you know how to talk. And talking is not what you're actually here to do. You're here to get something out of the other person. Now, the person is trying to say something. Let them respond. And it happens often. I don't know what kind of... we grew up listening to journalists and we wanted to listen and... do you hear Siri Stober talk to people and be... Ask the question and let the person finish. Or you listen to Fumi Ajayi, you listen to all these greats on Yinka Craig and Sadiq Daba. Listen to them ask questions. They wait for the answers. Somebody will put it to you. I put it to you. As if the point is you're making a statement and you're asking me a question based on the statement you've made. I'm trying to explain why it's not what you're saying and you're repeating that it's what you're saying. Why am I here? Why not just cuckoo inform us whatever your opinion is and let us just run with it? Anyway, it's 4 minutes plus and I feel we're just getting into it. Tomorrow we're going to actually maybe listen to every delegate if we can, but Ẹkáàbọ.
It's not.
17 autonomous regions for Nigeria.
Yes.
For Nigeria as a state.
Yes.
Will Abuja still be the center?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Olabi Oladejo, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate this conversation. We'll have to bring you and to get from the other side who shunned the event and those who walked away. But thank you. Citizens Rebirth and Awareness Initiative convener, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was that? What was that? Almost 5 minutes of a person wanting to hear themselves. You ask a question. Okay, what did you get from that man? Please, you don't know me. What did we get from that man? He was talking about how they went from Ibadan to Kaduna, how they moved to Enugu, how they went to different regions. The process. Did you even get to hear anything? No. Why? Because he had to say what they wanted him to say, or else they are going to interrupt as many times as possible. Journalism that they in Nigeria. was talking about some people that walked out. Let's take a listen to them. Interesting, it's on Arise News. God. Take a listen to this, please.
Data Forum met in Abuja. They've been proposing a restructuring of the country into 15 to 17 autonomous federating regions in the country. We've had a situation where there was a dramatic fracture at the heart of that Nigeria's constitutional future with high stakes at the National Restructuring Conference, which actually held in Abuja. And the conference was aimed at radically restructuring the federation, but unfortunately it ended in a bitter deadlock for some of the delegates. The Igbo delegation staged a fierce walkout at some point, rejecting the final communique and throwing the proposed transition.
If you've not laughed in the last 1 week, get ready, you will laugh, because this is absolute comedy. But we'll just hear the introduction first. Channel Arise News, Sumner, I think that's the name of the gentleman. Let's keep listening.
To 17 regional model into total chaos. And the concern here is whether Rivers State should be located in the Igbo region or not. The walkout highlights deep disagreements over regional autonomy and the timeline for constitutional changes before the 2027 elections. And at the heart of it is the city of Port Harcourt. So who actually owns Port Harcourt? Is this debate about an access to the sea or not?
The conference was supposed to be a conference of ethno-linguistic nationalities without defining the meaning of ethno-linguistic nationalities to foreclose the possibility of political groups coming in the guise of ethnic nationality.
That's Professor Basigwe that they were referring to earlier. Let's keep listening.
We've been deceived. This is a charade. And nobody in Nigeria should take what happened today as a serious event.
We are in agreement with the rest of Nigeria who believe that we should restructure Nigeria in a way that its people can govern themselves. Nobody seeks a breakup of the country. We seek to make Nigeria work in a way that's determined by its indigenous people.
All right, and to dive into this discourse, we have joining me right here in the studio, Dr. Kachiana Noju, Deputy Leader of the Igbo Delegation to the Abuja Summit on Restructuring. And thank you so much, Dr. Kat, for joining. What exactly actually led to that walkout on this access to the sea or the position of rivers, or whether, Rivers State and Port Harcourt should belong, to the Igbo region or not? What exactly are you asking for?
It is I am an Igbo born in Job. Job was settled at the Willis Commission as a place inhabited by Ibos. Today's Greater Port Harcourt has up to 4 ethnicities in it. You have the Ibos who have come in from the Igbo hinterland, like my family, that came in 1832, alongside Uzurumbamba Naso, Jua Mabu, back to Amigo, where and then took people from there and from Unkwere to come and establish Opopo. Since that time, my family has been in Rivers State for up to 320 years. Now, we, the indigenous Igbos, are accepted by the Williams Commission as part of the people of Greater Port Harcourt. You also have the Ikwere who are there. You also have the Okrika who are there in the Greater Port Harcourt. And of course, you also have the Ogoni who are also there in the Greater Port Harcourt space. And we've agreed to share it. Now, indigenous Igbos like me, who were born there before the end of, and whose parents were there before the end of slave trade. Because you remember one question when somebody was asked, what is your ethno-indigeneity? And he claimed that some of them came back after slave trade. Even when those people came back after slave trade, they came to meet people on the ground. Just like when the Yorubas returned from Senegal, the Yorubas live in campus.
Senegal, they must mention Yoruba. I don't know why Yoruba enter this one now, What more do you hear?
Another parts of Moroni in Lagos, these are Yorubas. So did other people come back. Don't forget, 5 African ethnicities were recorded to have been taken into slavery. 1, the Bakongo, who live in the Gulf of Guinea from Angola straight to Congo. That's where the Bantu Congos are. And then you have the Igbo in the records. Then you have the Yorubas in the records. You also have the Akan. And also now you have the Mandinka. These are the 5 tribes that are captured in the records as having been taken into slavery. So even if you return back after the Emancipation Proclamation, you were now allowed to return back to your area of ethno-indigenous. Now you see that? So the people didn't fall from heaven. No. So that is exactly what we're saying. So those who came back to Igbo land, because Igbos represent the highest single ethnicity in the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta is the areas that contain the deltaic tributaries of the Niger River. It's not an ethnic area. And there you have things like...
There's a bite of Biafra.
Exactly. Well called now Gulf of Guinea. You have in the Niger Delta thing, you have Anambra State, you have Delta State, you have Abia State, you have Imo State, you have our River State.
All right, Dr. Catch. Now, if we're asking for regions to be formed, one of the regions that was canvassed was the Igbo region, and then the Jos also said they were asking for a particular region. And so your problem is that the Ijos want Port Harcourt to be under their own region. Now you are saying
that's not what you're saying.
Okay, so what exactly is your grounds?
The problem we had with them was the Yorubas told us that the original Ijo map, which made Ijo not to attend the conference, was the Ijos drew a map in which they seized all the literal spaces from Badagry.
The Yorubas told you, or they just drew a map, a very funny map, that decide that in their minds, all the literal spaces, all the way from Badagry down to the Niger Delta was Ijo land. Of course, that's nonsense now. It's not Yoruba people telling you. It's you opening your eyes and seeing things as all of us are bright-minded, have you?
Down to Bakassi. So that all the natural spaces facing the ocean were to be their own. The Yorubas disagreed. When
people like Nyesom Wike,
listen to me,
they are different, they are not Igbos. So Rivers does not have anything to do with the Igbo region.
He claims that the Ikwere come from Benin. Oba Akenzo said it's not true. There is nothing like Benin. During the days of the Arab Confederacy, the Benin Kingdom existed, and nobody came to River State. Even the name of the man they said that came back, Akalaka, that's an Igbo name. You understand? So how can Akalaka come from Benin? Benin doesn't have Akalaka. Akalaka is an Igbo man. So even if you call Akalaka, that's an Igbo name. And we know, look, just like me and Mao Wabunwa. Wabunwa was born in Rumigakan. I was born in Jogo. Now, nothing forecloses me. Just recently, a court in Plateau State said that the indigenous house born in Jos North are indigenous to the state. If they are indigenous to Plateau, then what's wrong with the Igbos born in River State, whose parents were born in River State like me?
All right.
Why would we not be teamed up? And we have now teamed up with the Queres, like Senator Simon Bata, to insist that we want to belong to the...
Well, I mean, I've spoken with some of the queries, and we expected one of the leaders to be present here, Professor King, but unfortunately he couldn't make it at the last minute. But talk to us, at the heart of this debate also is that there are talks that the Igbos want to, in the future, regionalize Nigeria, have access to the sea.
That's not the issue.
Port Harcourt.
That's not the issue.
And the locals there say they don't want.
No, listen. If you now see somebody in River State who comes and say he doesn't want River State to have access to the sea, that's why we see these are sponsored political groups. Because no Riversman will tell you he doesn't want River State to have access to the sea.
No, I mean the Igbo nation, the Igbo region being proposed having an access to the sea through Port Harcourt, through River State.
No, that's not what it is. The Igbos propose that the Benin people should have access to the sea through Egelege. The people from Delta, the Warri people, should have access to the sea through Warri and Cocoa Port. The Yoruba
parts already have access to state through Lagos. We also propose the zone already have access to state through.
You because you want to have your own nation. What kind of rubbish is this? The Yoruba we propose that Yoruba should. You are not proposing Yoruba should have access to any sea. The King of access is the worry data you actually say the worry. Yoruba should have it through Lagos. We should have access to brass. What kind of rubbish is this? How about the Hausa? Sorry, my light. Where we can the Canaan people, the caliphate, where's their own access to sea going to be? Since we are now distributing what God did not give everybody. See what they take scatter something where they done the plan and think since. Want to have access to sea through bars. The people in that place said they are not Igbo. Your work is with the people. Jeez, how did this happen in Nigeria? The king have access to see, which should have access to see through brass. The question is, the people of brass, Bonny, those side, Port Harcourt, do they agree? And see, you know what? There's a statement in that stuff we read earlier that talked about how people can actually determine where they wanted to belong to, right? In that report. And this is what it says. Whenever you would do something all this while, some clowns will use their own selfishness to destroy it, because what is this access to the sea? Kano has no access to the sea. Kano has been a metropolis for more than a century. Kano was already a sprawling metropolis by the time the British arrived. They have no access to the sea. What is this sea? Sea. You have no sea. And if you want to have, maybe you want those people to be part of you, it's a conversation between you and them. Guess what? Tomorrow we're going to listen to everything they said. Let's listen to the Rivers people and what they are saying. You cannot say you have given the Yoruba people to have access to this. You didn't give Yoruba people anything. You couldn't. You don't allocate other people's property to yourself. Are you a thief? Hell, that's so. I want to read something to you from that stuff. How people can determine on they're gonna. Give me a second. I'll find it for you. Oh, Nigeria needs to restructure. They want to do it again now. You come around and tell you a story of the assembly added. In fact, let me go back just a bit. According to the assembly, the former Plateau Guerrera proposal was divided into two regions, Plateau and Guerrera, while the Upper Agba proposal was also approved. Pay attention. It said, listen to what they said though. Now just go to the live section. You find all the live sessions there. It said disputes over boundaries and communities should be resolved through dialogue, evidence, and the consent of affected communities. The assembly added that where negotiations failed, referendums should be conducted to allow affected communities to determine their preferred status, not to have people walk out because they are throwing tantrums. In other words, if what we're saying here, if the people from that place are saying something contrary, have conversations, talk about it, have negotiations. Can you not do that? And if it fails, have referendum. Let people determine what they want to do. Don't come around going on social media, on TV, and say, see what they do.
Also be allowed this access to the sea. So
what do you mean Rivers? Just that Rivers is not Igbo area. Where should we begin? See, I don't like speaking for Rivers people, but I'm going to read to you some of the things they said about themselves and what they said on this matter. Not even recently. I'm going to play you what they said on recent issue. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a session. Just listen to, because we've been talking about this, right? We've been talking about it, and I always say that we have. Notice I'm always saying that there are fathers who are doing things in the background, but that when the fullness of time comes, we will see what they are doing. Well, this is the fullness of time for what those fathers have been doing. I've only mentioned one person, Mr. Dr. Faponda is the only one I've mentioned, and I've played this video. I know they are doing things, right? So I'll just allude to it. So think about it. People have been working and conducting, having meetings and going all over the country. Everybody gather, you now stage the workout. Say why? Because that place is also our own. Okay, you know what? Let's even assume you have a point. That's between you and the people of that place. Talk. And afterwards, have a referendum. Let them choose. Not by shouting, Rivers State should also. What do you mean Rivers State should also be allowed to their own, allowed access to the sea? They have access to the sea. You don't have to allow people to have what they want. They already have it. Two things. If you read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, Lechi Amadi mentioned how Ibos go to the rivers area. If you go and listen to Dr. Kachiku is an Ikwere man, just like Lechi Amadi. Kachiku also mentioned how they got there. The way they got, he was saying that they were there at the end of this. They were there before the end of the slave trade. Do you understand what that thing means? I don't want to break it down, but when you hear end of slave trade, don't be thinking they're talking about the fact that some people were imported back to their region. That's not the point, though. No people go tell you, Sha. Maybe tomorrow I'll play this again. I'll play that thing. But let's finish listening to this man. And maybe I could even find it today. Let's finish listening to this. These are doctors. So. Degrees have nothing on folks like this. Man, take a listen.
When we now saw that the political sponsored group were comfortable with Rivers State being blocked from having access to the sea, we now knew this was sponsored groups just to undermine. Look, if I don't have total peace with my brothers in Rivers State, that we have gotten in Bata to be President General for Ohanese means it's a family thing.
But I spoke to some of the leaders and they said he went there on his own, that the people of Rivers never asked him to come back to go and represent them, especially the Ikweres, to represent them as the president of Ohanese and Igbo. That is a project by some of you leaders from the Igbo nation to try to penetrate through the Rivers people.
That is not true. Nobody is begging for any penetration. Igbos bring success wherever they go to. Igbos develop. As I speak to you today, Igbos still represent the largest single ethnic group in Rivers State.
So what do you want?
What we want is to make peace, marry back with our own brothers. What was divided by the war.
Under which region?
Now listen, the Yorubas were able now to reconstruct, to repair what the soldiers did. Brought in Yorubas from Kwara into their fold in their contiguous map.
These people need to use their brains. Yoruba did not have to bring together anybody. Guys, I'm going to talk. Let me say this. Before the British arrived, there was a people, right, in the southwestern part of Nigeria, into part of what you call North Central now. They have a common ancestry, common language, common culture. They had oneness, political structure across all the towns and villages and cities across that land. Was the same thing. Even their religions, their divination system. They were Yoruba people before the British arrived. Ibos were not Ibos before the British arrived. There were Igbo people, but the common identity for the generality of the people was created by the British. This constant comparison is ridiculous. Yoruba people were able to do this. You cannot do what the Yoruba people did because you didn't have the kind of structure the Yoruba people had before the British arrived. These are the elders of the land. Jeez. And Yoruba people were able to do it. If you want to do what Yoruba people did, can you do it how they did it? Did your father send people to go out of Ife and go and, occupy new places and settle there? You have people, for instance, in the Shari, they don't do something, they go, they're doing Ife. In Remo, they're going to Remo, in Remo, Akarigbo, they're going to Ife. Ekiti, they're going to Ife. Do you have anything like that where you come from? Do you have that cohesion? If a people say we want to be, listen, without this question I'm talking about, if a Yoruba subgroup say they don't want to be part of Yoruba subgroup, that's their business. You then have a conversation with them. Rántí bí tá ti ń bọ̀, rántí bá ṣe jẹ́, rántí bí, rántí bá ṣe bọ́n lọ ṣe ń sọ náà, rántí àjùmọ̀bí, rántí gbogbo nǹkan tó so wá pọ̀. You persuade the person, not blackmail people into unity. What kind of unity is this? Persuasion, negotiation. If you do this, we can do this. You can take this place. If you come here and you say this is your own, we can have it. You talk about what you can compromise. You let some things go. No, if your rebel can do this, you can do this because they did this after the military. The military did not make us one. What Nigeria government did was to create states. State creation does not affect ethnicity. Yoruba land is all the way to Jaba. It doesn't matter that you have several states, or that one is in north central, one is in southwest, some people are in south. They are still Yoruba people. But guess what? They are the ones that will tell you that, not me. Talk to an Oku man from Kogi State and tell him he's not Yoruba. If you not get angry with you, is the Oku man that tells you I'm a subgroup of the larger Yoruba nation. I'm not the one saying you are Yoruba, you must be Yoruba. If you're not Yoruba, we will fight. That's nonsense. He determines, he has the agency to determine his identity. Even if I know that he's connected to me, if he says he's not, he is not. Until I'm able to persuade him, not by blackmailing him or by going on social media. Oh, see what they do. What is this? These are educated people, far. And Lauren, 2 fingers in the air. I put far there. The thing is, you build consensus, you work within your group. You don't do this in public. That's actually how we know that you're the one forcing things. Because meanwhile, they say it's the war, it's the war. It's not the war. What time is it? I'm a Pembisha or Ẹkáàbọ, I want to play you something from Dr. Kachiko. Dr. Okachiko Dibia. I'll play you something from him, then I'll read you something. I don't want to do this, and I'll tell you why. Because whatever is happening in your region is something that your region, people in your region should discuss. But at this point, how can you have a group of elders work for so long and then get to the finishing line? Abishe finish line, then they get to the finish line, and then you come up and say, because they're not allowing us to have the particular region, we are working out. How childish is that? Wait for the meeting, that other group, because tomorrow, you listen to the Rivers people. I think tomorrow we're just going to listen to everybody. We're not at the conference, so we'll listen to as much as we can take from each group. The Rivers people were there. They made the case. If you had an issue, you have a conversation with them. But you know they will not agree. Why? History, identity. Sunset in Biafra, Dr. Lechamadi mentioned how they had a separate ethnic, what's it called now? Ethnic club, ethnic union. You know what? Let's finish what this man is saying. Tomorrow we're going to break down what each of the regions said and why it should never be that one group work out on the rest of the people. I mean, the job people their own. I think they eventually said they did something about literacy, which makes no sense. You can't be connecting people's land because you want to create your own region. The land is ancestrally owned by certain people. We have communities here for 1 billion years. See, let me say something before we even play this thing. If you see people say things like we have communities in a place, it's a problem, it's a red flag. You will never hear me say there are Yoruba communities in Delta State. There is Yoruba land there. That's the point. You talk to the Olukumi, they are not Yoruba communities in Delta State. Ilorin is not Yoruba community in North Central. Yagba is not Yoruba community in Kogi State. It's Yoruba land. When you use the word community, it tells us something. I don't want to say what it is, but you're going to listen to the people from the land tell you exactly what it means. or Yoruba communities. What does that mean? Who talks about communities? We're discussing ancestral spaces. Yoruba communities. That's why I don't like what this guy used to say in Lagos. I've been here my father has been here since 18 something. When you hear people of the land talk, they don't mention years. They don't mention dates. They don't mention dates. If people that own the land speak, they don't mention dates. Where will I begin the dates from? That's the question. Even if you know the dates, it was alluding to Saro people earlier, and it's true. Go back, 19th century and everything. But it's like, tell me now, okay, because I've been here, so Savage has come and explained to me with the dates they got there. That's nonsense now. She is Yoruba. How, again, see, cultural evolution matters, oh. Because why would you need to tell me the date? What do you think I'm going to ask to Savage? Your name is Savage. You're from Pokwa Gudabi. You people are Brazilian quarters. Okay, you are Maro people. When did you return? You're gone. Let me see if you are Yoruba enough. Of course, that would be stupid. And she doesn't have to tell me anything about her date for me to know that she's Yoruba. We know the history surrounding Eko and everything, but does that really count? Whenever you have to be mentioning dates, that's when your people will remind you. I was having a conversation yesterday with my wife, and I said, in the Yoruba, when you hear people say things like Ori mo fi ni deyin, Ori ni mo fi ni deyin, when a Yoruba man tells you that, Orotin koja, be careful. In other words, let me say it literally. I walked into this land with my head. It's not the Nigerian issue of, I'm not talking about Nigeria citizenship, I'm talking about traditional Yoruba understanding of indigeneity. It will not work for you if you're not Yoruba. You can get Fulani. One Yori Mofi, I walked into this place with my head. I didn't take a stroll in here. It meant it was born there. That's why you have people like Uncle Tunjo Yelano tell you that they are Egba, even though his father is Ijebu. But you see, let me tell you why you know that our cultural evolution is totally different. Do you hear what the man said? He said, Jaja of Ogogo. He came back to this place. He now was mentioning the Igbo name. You know that the culture is lower. And I'm not throwing shots. It's just what it is. Why? Because from a Yoruba perspective, and I'm not saying you should use it, but this is the exact same thing that they just are saying. As a Yoruba man, I understand it. They are saying, including the grandchildren or the descendants of Jaja of Ogogo, that they are Ijaw people. I played the video here from from their king. They are Ijaw people. You cannot fathom that because in your mind, wait, though, Jaja of Ogogo was an Igbo boy now. How can the children say they are Ijaw people? It's not possible. It's not possible. The blood. Apply the blood on your head. Identities change. Identities change. I've talked about it here before. I'll say it today, just for this conversation again. In Yoruba land, we have Oshodi Takpa. Takpa means no pay. He was a no pay man. He arrived Lagos. Through vicissitudes of life and his journey through life, he eventually got to the palace of the king. When the bombardment of Lagos happened in 1851, Oshodi Takpa fought on Kosoko's side against the British. His children, his great-grandchildren today are Yoruba people. They are my Yoruba brothers. Their ancestors, I can't call them Yoruba people. They will acknowledge their great-great-grandfather because also, it's not like they are ashamed of where they come from or where he came from, but they are Yoruba people today. And it shouldn't be difficult to understand these basic things. Jaja of Ogogo was an Igbo boy that was taken as a slave into another community where he, there's something called manumission, and then he became one of the people and acculturated into their culture and became an Ijaw person. That's what happened with him. Culturally, he naturalized into that culture, became became one of the people eventually leading a family and then establishing a town. What's difficult is difficult though. If where you come from, administration does not exist, it's difficult. You are still insisting that Ogogo is not Igbo. He was an Igbo boy. Just like Oshoditaka was a Nupe man, it was a Nupe boy who became a Yoruba man. A very good example I love a lot because of the fantastic work the woman did before she left this earth is Professor Sophie Oluwole. Every example I give, I must mention that woman's name. She has a profound impact on me. Brilliant philosopher. She wrote the book Socrates and Orunmila, two patron saints of classical philosophy. Socrates and Orunmila. Sophie Oluwole. Her full names Sophie Abosede Oluwole. Her maiden name is Aloba. Her father was Aloba. Her grandfather was Ẹkáàbọ. She tells you she's from Idonre. To tell Professor Oluwole that you say you're Idonre, you're not Idonre because your grandfather is from Benin. So, in Yoruba land, we have families 4 or 5 generations ago, they're even from Mali, Senegal. And guess what? As it happened to them, as it happened to them in our land, it also happened to us in their land. There were people in Senegal that moved centuries ago. They are part of their Senegalese today. They just remember that, oh, our ancestry traces back to Yoruba land. Now, if they come and say hello, we'll say hello, but we'll not go to the house and say, you're a Yoruba man. What kind of primitive mindset is this? 2026. Ghana. Ghana is even different because you actually maintain Yoruba identity. And when they want to morph into another ethnic identity. You're not getting my point in the comment section. It's not that Yoruba people are not in Gambia or in Ghana or in Togo. Excuse me. Yoruba people are indigenous to Togo, to move to another place and became another ethnicity, not Yoruba. We should have a session on this thing. In other words, Yoruba people in Ghana is not what I'm talking about. Those are still Yoruba people. I'm saying those who went and assimilated into another culture and became something else. The same way we talk about a Nupe man that came into Yoruba land and became... There are families in Isaleko who they will tell you clearly, Kanuri, great-great-grandfather was Kanuri. There's one I know right now, I don't want to mention the name. They are Kanuri. They are not Kanuri, their great-great-grandfather is Kanuri. Kanuri is Borno. Borno, Meduguri, Cross River, Calabar. Borno. These children are Yoruba, just like me. Why is it so difficult in 2026 for people to understand the fact that people can actually change their identities? The judge of Ogogo. Judge of Ogogo's children say they are Ijo. You are saying that no, they are not. Who are you? These are the questions that people should. So this is why you cannot have a conversation with people in Rivers that they'll take you serious. Because you are determining their own ethnicity for them. On what basis? And like I said, I don't like to get into conversation about Rivers, all those things. But as they affect us now, we have to talk. And the Rivers people have been speaking for a long time. Now we know here, we know listen. They wrote books, they sang in the marketplace, we didn't dance. They've been talking. But thankfully, their books are still there. One of them you find on Telegram channel, Ojoko's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. It's from that era, it's from Abonema. Read his work. I'll read something to you much later, but can we finish this thing? Because at this point, I'm tired. Members must have access to the seed. They already have it. You just don't have it. And that's okay. You don't need the seed to make it in life. Walai. There's the wealthiest man in West Africa, Dan Tata, was not from a place where they had access to the sea. The wealthiest man, that's Dangote's grandfather. the wealthiest man in West Africa, did not have access to the sea. He used to live in Ghana, by the way. Then later on, he moved back home to Kano. Did business to the point where he was working with people down south. They were getting palm oil and all kinds of produce. Then they were exporting. He did not relocate. He did not petition the British government to come and relocate seaport to Kano. Yet nobody reached him. He was a Kano man. His grandson, I wish a grandson and a great grandson. What was it? His grandson, Dantata, Sanlisi Dantata, was that his son? Did not relocate. He was one of the richest men in this. He did not move to the sea. What's this sea? What's this thing about the sea? Sea. Why do I do this? If you're a Yoruba person and you just say something, just see what they're doing, you now begin to feel as if somebody is cheating somebody. It's not cheating. It's Ogogo Koro. You know, at this point, let the Ibos speak. Sorry, let the Kwere people speak. Let me see. We'll listen to the rest of it tomorrow, then we'll listen to the other people. But for now, let me just get you Dr. Okachuku. Because the way he talk, I don't want to talk because it better may come out for him mouth. Now you begin to understand why the people in Rivers did what they did. But when I first used to see that, when I first used to read from them, like, how can you be like this? I said, you went through all this? Yeah. Sorry. My heart goes out to you. Take a listen to this, please.
Idiots, aggressiveness, in imposing Igbo on everybody around them. Let me give him the meaning of the name of let him tell me the meaning of one. Igbo is Igbo language, okay? Okay. My last son, his name is Unkwam Zinuchi. Let him tell us the meaning of Unkwam Zinuchi. Till he dies, he will not be able to tell you the meaning of Unkwam Zinuchi. Let him tell us the meaning of my daughter, Orioma. He can't tell you. Or the meaning of my boy, or Sum. He can't tell you. What is the Ikore names? Any Ikore person that hears them understands. No Igbo person, I challenge all of them, can come and tell me the meaning of Unkwam Zinuchi. Ikore is not Igbo, did not start today. He said from when the Ikore people noticed that Igbo people are trying to take them over. That was way back in the 40s. To the Igbo unions. And Ikore started forming their own, so no, we're not you.
Ikore is not just the only tribe in Rivers State, as far as Rivers State is concerned. So I want to ask, how come they were not able to intrude on other tribes in Rivers State? Say tribes like Kalabari, the Ngonis, the Okirikas, because they still have their own unique language. How come the Ibos were not able to penetrate these regions and it was just Ikore?
If you go to Okrika, you see Igbo names. Go to any part of Kalabari, you see Igbo names. Aside of Ogogo, there is an Igbo man. There is nowhere in this former Eastern region you will find Igbo names. You will go in the Igbo names. Why it appears that Ikore is more affected is because of how many of them are in Ikore, how many of them were in Ogoni, how many of them were in Boni, how many of them were in Brass.
Okay.
Millions of them were in Port Harcourt, were around Ikore. That was why the influence happened to be more here than the rest of the people. And so over time, the people were able to subdue. We couldn't. In Port Harcourt, check the landmarks of this place. Where we are today is the people. They are more here in millions, in greater millions than any other part of Niger Delta. Before 1956, you could have been saying, we're not Igbo. I told you before. That when I will notice the handwriting, say, no, we're not you. Before Williams Commission of 1958, the Ikwe had established that we were not Igbo, and therefore we began to talk with the Pabriye, with the BRICS, how do we form River State out of this people that are oppressing us? It was agreed that Igbos were oppressing us. Remember, the Williams Commission was about the fears of the minorities. So it's not about, it has nothing to do with oil. It's about you as your person, your being, your identity, your heritage, your ancestry. That's what we're talking about here. It's not nothing to do with oil. No. So we are saying that we struggled that in the Williams Commission, we said we were not Igbo. They bought some of us, some of our chiefs, to say no, we are Ibos. Like the Ogogo from Dio. And he came back, he would denounce him, threw him away, punished him. Okay? That was 1958. In 1963, Ogogo was formed. What you hear to the Ogogo culture worldwide was from 1963. To stamp the fact that we were not Igbo. 1963. Our first president was Wobidike Wanade, under the chairmanship of E.J. Oriji. He formed it, and he stood. By 1967, the same Oriji, BRICS, and Everbriye went to go on, create state for us, create river state for us, and go on created. Where will be the capital? They told Port Harcourt. And it was given to them. People were angry with that. They've been angry with us for saying that we're not Igbo. They want us to agree to you. Why must we agree to who are not? Records have shown that is Igbo lineage to Ikwere. How? There was a man called Akalaka. Akalaka was a Benin warrior who left Benin because the Oba then passed a law that he must not bear a male child until Oba has been able to get a male child. So when his wife gave birth to a boy, he moved in the night and left because Oba won't kill him. So he left with his brother. Some people say it's Ihora, some people say it's Ochichi. Whatever it is, both belong to Ikwere. So he left with him down to Ikwere, Auda. From there, Ochichi left, or Ihora had left, to Elele, and then expanded. That's one angle. See, Ikwere is a heterogeneous entity. Word didn't come from one source. This is one source. I just read it. The second source says that from Ishoko, Wagidi, a Benin warrior, had come before this time we're talking about and established in Ishoko. Go and read Ishoko, go and meet the name of Ishoko. He will tell you. Wagidi is the founder of Ishoko Kingdom. One internal migration we know very well in Ikwere land was the one from somebody who moved from Ishoko and founded Rumeme. Rumeme is a community from Ishoko. So in Ikwere, there were such internal migrations that formed communities. I'll give you another example. There was a man called Oduoha. Oduoha was from Urupoko and was the first man to come and establish a community in Emoha, where I come from, Emoha clan. Emoha is one of 8 villages. So he established a village there, originally at what we call Ishodu now, later moved on to another place called Oduoha now. Oduoha, if you check, Odu is still there. Ishodu, Odu is still there. Ishi again, head of my first son, like Ishobu. So he left Ishodu, founded this Odu. Those two communities are from one man.
So the story is long, but I want to summarize it by showing you a picture from 1956. It's a newspaper report. I'm going to show it to you, then I'll probably read a few things from there. You can see the headline. Mbo. This thing is not a wall. See? You see the headline, bar? The date is 1956. Right? Daily Times. The Ibos State Union has stated that it is not opposed to the inclusion of Port Harcourt in the proposed river state. Mr. Dike Onwenu, Principal Secretary of the Union, said at Port Harcourt yesterday that the Union did not dispute that Port Harcourt belonged to the Rivers people. He said that it was the Port Harcourt branch of his union and not the Ibos State Union as such, which protested against the inclusion. The protest telegram sent to the Premier of Eastern Nigeria, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, he continues, was endorsed not only by the Ibos but other tribal groups. He claimed the population of the township comprised 90% Ibos. So once you move into a particular place, sorry, please, do we have any moderator here? There is a Moses. Moses is the 60-year-old fool who comes here from time to time to just mess up his life. Because see, this place is like knife. Moses is the one writing himself as Jesus is coming. He's just stabbing himself anyhow with this information. You're making a fool of yourself at 60. You're absolutely retarded. And there's no coming back for you. Let me read to you. Let me give you another one. Let me give you another one that will help your destiny. This is from Elechi Amadi's book, Sunset in Biafra. See what your fathers are doing. Just messing up your lives. Some 30 years ago, this book was published in 1973. So when you say some 30 years ago, do the math. Some 30 years ago, the Ibos began to move in to trade in the riverine areas. Eventually, many settled and by sheer force of numbers began to dominate the smaller tribes. Igbo came to be so widely used that certain tribes practically lost their mother tongue. It is a fact that one or two riverine tribes can hardly speak their own language now and have to make do with a peculiar Igbo pidgin, highly amusing to the Igbos. A determined effort is now being made to remedy the situation. In some areas, this cultural imposition was very pronounced. Igbo was officially taught and spoken in schools. It could hardly be otherwise since most of the teachers were Igbos. Gradually, many local languages were eroded. As the Bible had not been translated into the minority languages, the Igbo Bible and prayer books were used in schools and churches. The question may now be asked, is there anything wrong with linguistic and cultural integration? My answer is nothing. The fewer languages there are in the world, the better. In fact, the ideal would be to have one universal language. However, cultural domination in Nigeria also implied political and economic domination. The smaller tribes were not aware of this fact until the 50s, when party or tribal government became established. Jobs, contracts, scholarships, and other privileges were awarded on a tribal basis. The bigger minority tribes like the Efiks, Ibibos, and Thieves reacted by fighting to get a few of their men into key positions. These men took care of the rest as best they could. The people of Western Cameroon broke away under intertribal pressure to rejoin their relations on the other side of the border. For the smaller tribes, it was a nightmare. To get a good job, one had to pretend that one belonged to the big tribe, having of course learnt the language as thoroughly as one could. Even so, at critical moments in one's career, such as on the eve of a really big promotion, detailed inquiries were made into tribal origins. The result of such inquiries sometimes determined one's faith, especially if the chief executive of the ministry or department was narrow-minded. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. All right, so this was 1973. The other paper was 1956. The idea, again, see, like I said, it's not something you cannot sit down and discuss. But if you're like Moses, whose brain has been exchanged for sawdust, it's become very difficult for you to even contemplate the idea of sitting down with people and determining how to get out of the conundrum. There's another part of this video I'm trying not to play. Moses, if I play it, you will cry blood. You will hug transformer, but you will not die. Because you have to come back tomorrow again to listen to what I have to say. All right? You will not die. But you will change, hopefully. Because for the sake of your children, you have to. You guys are grown. 50 plus, 60 plus, talking like infants. Very juvenile in thinking. Where was I? They are saying in 73 that some of them are already losing the language because, I mean, for obvious reasons. If the missionaries come to your place, they're not going to translate they're not going to translate the Bible into every language that there's economics, right? You have to think of the resources available. So they took the major language there, the dominant language, translated it to that language. Everybody started using it. You're saying that because they're all speaking that language, they're all Igbo. Listen, they also acknowledge that there are Igbo people amongst them. So why not work based on that and Wole Somolara and say things like, since you agree, okay, we are that group, because there are some places, I mean, whatever you want to do, shall you do it there? But we say Port Harcourt, as if Port Harcourt is one local government. Meanwhile, I'm sure Wike is there for them, sir. Can you imagine? We're this close to even coming up with something. One group. Alakori. Where were we? I'll find you that other song. Let me play this man just a little bit more. No, I should. Wait, did I finish this stuff? Yeah. I was talking about how the language became dominant and how people even started losing the language, but of course, they've been remedying it at the time he was talking about in 1973. Talked about how it would be lovely to have linguistic and cultural integration, but people also dominated other people based on that, and that way it's not something to celebrate, essentially. All right. There's another clip where this man talks about how some of them got into that land, and that history is what you guys have to face. Or else the way you're acting is not going to change you.
From where to Boko, internal migrations. You also have example of Olo. Olo is from Abua, not Igbo. Came to Emoha, established in Emoha, formed what he called today Rumuche, and his younger brother formed what he called today Rumohe. 2 different villages in Emoha, and also Mbitawa, another village in Emoha. You see, from that man alone, 3 villages. The other one, 2 villages, 5. My own village, Roma Akunde. Akunde is a man. This Akunde man is from Omofondele. Most of these people can hardly trace their origin to Igbo land. And you come and tell them they're Ibos. It doesn't make sense. They won't agree. The whole of Ogogo community of about 5 villages, of 7 villages, are not from, they say they're from Benin. Now, come to Evo, Oji here. I said this several times that we are from Benin. Those Ochichi children that's dispersed, we have from there. Akpo of 8 or 9 villages, we call them Akpo Mutolu. About 8 villages are from Akpo. They said, we didn't come from anywhere. Where we are is where we found ourselves. And nobody has been able to dispute them. That's Aboriginal. So I've told you now of immigration, internal migration, and Aboriginal.
And then there is Ele Lalemeni, who comes from Elele.
Exactly. Okay. Yes, Elele. Let me also not miss the point that in the land, there are Arab people, few Arab communities, who were allowed to stay after the Civil War, after the slave trade. The Quays were the middlemen. It just didn't go to Arab people to come and bring slaves. Yet they never went to Arab people. It was the Quays middlemen that went there to bring them and move them to a job. And then they said to the white man. So after the abolition of slave trade, some of those.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Who comes from Elele.
Exactly. Okay. Let me also not miss the point that in the Quay land, there are Arab people, few Arab communities, who were allowed to stay after the Civil War, after the slave trade. The Quays were the middlemen. It just didn't go to Arab people to come and bring slaves. Yet they never went to Arab people. It was the Quay middlemen that went there to bring them and move them to a job. And then they said to the white man. So after the abolition of slave trade, some of those slaves were head back and encamped in places. You have Arab between Obakere and Emoha, which you chase later, move them to Alo, and stop there.
Okay.
But you should put like assuming Arabs. You should put no, you don't stay with us. Come and stay here. They are in Kule land. But the point I want to make is that all of us agree that we're Kule people. Let it stop there. You can't be an Arab man and you don't start talking that you are from Igbo. It is wrong. It is preposterous for you to not say, oh, I'm an Arab Yes.
What they are saying basically is that they are a combination of different people with different origins, but now they are equal. But this one in the comment section says that who are you to do trade more than Ibos? Whether slave trade or Ibos do better than all of you. So you traded your own fathers and your brothers and you are happy. Actually, that's not how it went though. But since you mentioned it, I want to read you something from Willing's Commission of 1958. Then I'll play you another video from that gentleman. I want to respond to that person in the comment section. The Willing Commission report of 1958 talking about the Eastern region. Not the Eastern region, talking about your ethnicity. But we're all learning. It's for learning, for educational purposes. But also answer the clown in the comment section. The person did not get to Jesus Christ. Shago, are you are saying that the reason Jaja became the king in Ogogo is because Ibos were the one in slave trade? Ibos were the commodity. More than 98% of people who inhabit this area, the Igbo plateau of the eastern region, are Igbo and speak one language. Though, of course, with certain differences of dialect. There are nearly 5 million of them, and there are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and are pushed, so there are too many for the soil to support. They are vigorous and intelligent and are pushed outward in every direction, seeking a livelihood by trade or in service in the surrounding areas of the eastern region, in the western region, in the north and outside Nigeria. They are no more popular with their neighbors than is usual in the case of an energetic and expanding people whose neighbors have a more leisurely outlook on life. Though there has been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, pay attention to this. It answers the question that person is saying. You were the commodity and you had no access to the sea. So the people, your own... How do I say this without sounding insulting? Because I want to be careful. I don't want to... I'm not doing this to hurt anybody. We're just talking. And this happened everywhere, even in Yoruba land. Yoruba people sold Yoruba people. But the good thing is that Yoruba people had access to the sea. So and we're not proud of saying, oh, we sold ourselves. We are very good in trading. We're selling human cargo. The point is, the Igbos had no access to the sea, so they had to sell themselves to another group who then sells them, or if they're not routed by other groups, so there are two ways. They're either taken by other groups or sold by themselves to other groups who have access. That's why Ijo and Isekiri really apply that trade. And the folks in Calabar. But you know what? Let's read Willing's Commission so that doesn't look like I'm just saying stuff, right? Though there has been no great kingdom or indigenous culture in the eastern region, the coastal chiefs grew on their trade with the European merchant ships. How the coastal chiefs, it's not about the interland though. The coastal chiefs grew on their trade with the European merchant ships, and they adopted customs, clothing, and housing more advanced than those of the people of the interior, on whom they had first preyed for slaves. They came during the 19th century to regard the people of the interior. Love you all. They came during the 19th century to regard the people of the interior as backward and ignorant, and it was therefore a blow to their pride as well as to their pockets when the Ibos began to push outwards into the surrounding fringe of the country, and particularly into the Calabar area, to take up land, to grow rich, to own houses and lorries, and occupy posts in the public services and in the services of the large trading firms. It was among the Ibos, formerly despised by the people of Calabar as a source of slaves and as a backward people of the interior, now feared and disliked as energetic and educated, that the first political party formed. We can go deeper, Shah, if you don't mind. But I hope that answers the question of that clan that was talking rubbish in the comment section. The folks in the coastal area, they grew rich by trading the folks in the hinterland. Someone say go deeper. It's 9:21. I'm going home. See, there are books, so Don't be talking like people cannot read. There are books. So God bless you. One more video before we call it a day.
I don't think it's a.
1 second. This is the same Dr. Kachiko.
Ibos are slaves to be restored to the. What is your position in the prayer? My name is Dr. Kachiko. I'm from Makunemo. I'm a native of Ikore, I'm the president of the Progressive Organization. I'm an astute lover of Ikore. So sometimes, Ikore people exchange goods to markets with Ibos. I think that's coming out to Bible from us. And we also obtain market with them. We've also bought Ibos as slaves to be restored to the job they mentioned onto the European. So in that slave trade business, we later with them. The other one said that there were aborigines here, people who found themselves there. And there were the Akwa people who said, we didn't migrate from anywhere. This is what we found ourselves. And nobody had going to dispute them. We also have the house, some people who are in the corner, who are from Hausa, and we allow them to stay in the enemy. Just like we allowed slaves that were free after the abolition of slavery. We allowed our slaves. We allowed them to live amongst us, especially the Arabs. We allowed them to live among us. So we didn't meet them here. They met us here. But if they had been here and then we allowed them to meet them, there's no way we are able to gain the ground of all the land we have. It's not possible. They met us here. That's why they are our slaves. That's why we are their masters. You can't never be a slave to any Arab man or any Igbo man. Never, never. I challenge the whole Igbo. Tell me one Igbo man that was a slave. I tell you my own. But one Igbo man of Igbo full blood will agree to be on the president. So we know. And yet, he represented us in the Senate. In fact, because you sue him for that crime. What is the crime? You knew that an Igbo man. You went and contested the election, voted for you, sent it to Senate. And in that Senate, all the resources you had access to were Igbo resources. People ask me to fund it. It's going on. Now, for me, as an Igbo man, where I am about my language.
You opened up the relationship. The people in the sea. Keru more le ruki wofa more and wofa. Keru more le ruki mo ki wofa more and wofa. Tó bá máa yẹ wọ́n ní rán létí wọ́n ní sọ̀tàn búburú fún ẹ. Tó bá máa yẹ. Tó bá máa yẹ. If you know your place, nobody will remind you of bad story. Ikeze on YouTube says, all the names that these folks are mentioning, both humans and communities, are Igbo names in their Ikwere dialect. Akalaka means talent. Survival instincts can make people do anything. It's the assumption for me that you know about the people's identity more than them. I know before I used to say that, why are they always talking about it? I mean, they could just be a subgroup and then they'll be shouting, it's the war, it's the war. It's not the war, it started before the war. They were talking at the Willing Submission of 1957. The war did not happen until 10 years later. How can the war be the reason they are talking in 1957 about being different? Read Sunset in Biafra now. The man went deeper. This thing happened before the war. Listen to the people. Maybe you can get something that you can work with and then you can have a conversation with them. Not just be insisting that they are Igbo. You are blessed though. I don't want to say anything bad. Just listen. Listen to them. Someone says it started with Eastern Region governance. Is this Eastern Region that was selling slaves? You know, one of the things that made me begin to look at things differently is what happened with the Olukumi. They also started doing something a few years ago, saying that they want to stop calling their areas using Igbo names. There's a place called Ubodu or Ubodumila. Ubodu in that place. All those Ekwefu, they start calling Ukunzu. That's why Igbo started saying that it's the name that they're using to call the place. That is Igbo area. So it's like, wait, it was a Kwefun before. It was because we adopted the language and we now renamed it. They thought they were dealing with all of the same, culturally evolved skinny. Say, I know it's Igbo. They now went back. Now they've rewritten, they had to write the Bible in their own language. It's essentially a different dialect of Yoruba language. They said the place is Ubodu. the town that they're talking about is Ekwefu. Go and Google this thing. Go and verify. It's on YouTube. It's all over the place. It's been there for years. It's Ekwefu. Me, I know about it when I was years ago when they had a king. So I read it in Nigerian Tribune. I remember vividly. Yoruba community in the heart of Niger Delta, in Niger Delta State, Olukumi. Of course, Olukumi is a Yoruba word. Just because people bear names in your language does not mean they are from your place. So your name is George. Are you English? There are many Muhyiddin, Sulaiman listening to me right now. Are they Arabs? There are different reasons. It could be religion, it could be trade, it could be that you became more in their space. And that's why, for instance, in Delta State today, Igbo people don't just, before this funny revisionist started, they call the Olukumis Odiani. They see them as aboriginals. Is people now come and say, oh, no, they met us because they're using Igbo name. All of them are Igbo. Say what's happening. They are who they are. They are local people. That's why everybody is going back to getting their names back now. Is what Scotland is also doing. Is what Scotland is doing. Is what Wales. That's what they are doing by reclaiming the language. Few people, even the book we read, how many people were speaking Gaelic as of 1966? Now if you go to Wales, they want to announce. They announce in English, and then they also announce in Welsh, so that that's in the train stations, because they want to reclaim the language. So don't say that they are all English. It's the same thing happening everywhere. It's an identity issue. If a person says, "Don't make me don't make me subservient to you," try and understand where that person is coming from. Stop shouting, "It's a lie! It's a lie! It's a war!" It's not the war. And even if it was the war, so what? The same war where you were feeding them with their own flesh, where you were killing them in their own homes and burning down their homes. So even if it's the war, so what? They wrote what happened to them. You say it's a lie. Read the books now. See, you feel the pain of seeing family members buried in a ditch full of crude oil. And then Biafra propagandists are telling you that it's Nigerian soldiers, they'll go kill you. Nigerian soldiers, where they wear singlet and wrapper. Let your magic counted 200 of them in the oil pit. See, they have killed Nigerian soldiers. It was, if you read Nebogram Douglas saying that they were actually men from another village that they went to kill. They call all of them Sabo, kill all of them. If you have any issues with anybody, just call them Sabo, they kill the person. The books are all over the place. If a person has that kind of grievance, the point is, oh, sorry, and you will never apologize, though. Now everybody will apologize to, as per you are in Jamaica. You know they apologize to anybody, it can never be wrong. Oh, we did this. We're sorry about this. We can rebuild. But no. Everybody's history is wrong. It's only your own that's right. Well done. Historia and Egbiri. Okay, all information in Wales are written in both languages. Yes, now people are trying to. Ogade says they are teaching my kids Gaelic in their school now. See, I like it when people come here and particularly those who are living there. Thank you. People are reclaiming identities all across the world. Did they have civil war? Is this civil war that made the way even Welsh self? You know the original name is not Wales. It's Kimru. Some of them are saying now that sometimes you have to also look beyond where you are. So it doesn't look as if everything it's not here. I'll see why that place. CYMRU or something like that. Mafia, you see. Yes, Kimru. So the word Wales is an exonym. It's outsiders who call them Wales. They call themselves Kimru. So now some of them are even using that word to describe themselves rather than using Wales. Comru. Also, it says Comru or Comri. Is that pronunciation, man? For me, it's Kimru because it's easier for me to pronounce it that way. But for them, it's Comri or Comru. Cymru. And it means fellow countrymen or compatriots. However, Wales means foreigner or stranger because that's the name from the English perspective. It's an exonym. And of course, there's also Cambria, but that's the Latin variation or variant. All of that to say that people are determining their identities. It is not about some people hate us. People want to be who they are. Just accept it and negotiate. Tomorrow, we're going to go deeper into what happened at that meeting. We're not to spice anybody, just to listen to the arguments from all the regions. They said there are going to be 17 regions. Dr. Fakbo, I used to talk about 8. I don't know why. I think they were trying to make it more linguistic, which I think is brilliant. There are more things I want to talk about, but I will talk about it tomorrow. Someone says they hate English. Let me just advise all of us, since we are all learning together, please, YouTube, sometimes personally, I just like studying the history of Europe, but I have a particular interest in England, the UK, and Britain. I just understand, say, they're the ones that colonize us now. And as well understand where they're coming from. Someone says Cambria is in England. Well, so Cambria is... No. Cambria is not England. Wait, though. Because I'm coming around saying, no, Cambria is not England. Cambria is the way the Latin will call Cimbru. I have to find a way to say it. You have places called Cambria in England. I'm not saying that the word doesn't exist in England. I'm saying it's like Yoruba people saying Peteru instead of saying Peter. That's how Latin. There's also Cambria in Australia. It's not about the. So we're making a little mistake here right now. Let me explain. Oh, jeez. My professors are in the comment section. You see, there's York in England. There's New York. All right. There is Massachusetts. There is Old England, New England in Massachusetts. There are different places. There is Ikoyi in Lagos and other states. The point is that the word Gogo, Cambria, is the way Latin would pronounce, or that's their own transliteration of Camry or Kimru. Do you understand? So the way Yoruba would say Peter is Peteru. So CYMRU yẹ orúkọ àwọn tán pera wọn nìyẹn. Nígbà táwọn Latin fẹ́ pè wọ́n pè wọ́n ní Cambria. Orúkọ yẹn ẹ wá lè rí ní England o. Ẹ lè rí. The place is England is called Cambria, not Cambria. Thank you, main click. Thank you. But what is ẹ lè rí orúkọ yẹn in different places. For instance, before the English took over, New York was New Amsterdam. So it doesn't mean that it's the same story as Amsterdam in where now? In Deutschland. I mean Holland or Netherlands. You get the point I'm trying to make. The point, Sha, is that is what the Latin call. And I think it's something, the difference between, this is the funny thing, by the way. We're done for today. The difference between Cambria and Wales is that the Latin folks, or be the Romans, use Latin to call those people what they are, just what the English did with the Welsh was not to call them what they were calling themselves, it was to call them what they wanted to call them. So the English look at them and say, you are foreigners, you are strangers, these are Wales. That's Old English, by the way. So you also Wales. So now they are saying, no. They are the ones who called us that, want to reclaim our original name. All of this Turenchi, just to explain that if you see something happening in Wales, in Scotland, in different parts, even in Spain, you have Catalonia, you have people trying to self-determine. Okay, you have, but even if it's not politics, from the basis of language and basis of linguistics, people are saying that, oh, we don't want to be subsumed in another culture, you can't then come in Nigeria and say things like, we own that place, they are part of us, they must listen to us, have conversations and negotiate. All right. Thank you very much for listening to today's session. That was very long. I didn't think it was going to be that long, but I hope you enjoyed yourselves. We'll be here again tomorrow. If you join us for the first time, we have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Yeah, people are saying Kimru. Yeah, it's that spelled. It's Comrie, but it's spelled Kimru. All right. Thank you very much, Adedoyin Ajibola on YouTube. Thank you, Sir Omar. Crowned King on YouTube says, if the Igbo returnee slaves return to Ikwere land, then they ought to be called the Ikweres and not Ibos, just like the returnee Yorubas who returned to Lagos and became the Yoruba. You are right. You are right. There's just a little bit of, before those people left, they were Yoruba. When they returned to Yoruba land. And they continued being Yoruba, whether they were in their original hometowns or not. The difference between that and Ikwere is that you're going to have to change Ikwere history to become Igbo land for you to say that the Igbos, number one, were they Igbos when they left? When they returned, did they return to Igbo land? That's the question. And the owners of the land are saying that it is not Igbo land. By the way, fun fact, Port Harcourt was built by the British, just like Enugu, and it was in the 20th century, not that long ago. So everybody will be all right. Like Ogogo said, R.I.P. Ugwalamaje breakfast. No, but seriously, Port Harcourt, yeah, they say Gocha, but Port Harcourt, as it was constructed, built as a metropolis, was done by the British. Enugu was also built by the British as a town. So much for it as well. To his name says, remember the minorities were forced by the Ibos to learn and speak Igbo. Come ça. Mr. Remy says, built by the British and Yoruba Saros. It's actually good to be adding that though. Where is there's an elderly lady. She's in her 70s. She comes here. Her father was one of those who helped build Port Harcourt back in the day. A lot of Yoruba people were there. He helped build the place. But don't see us going around the place saying, we built the place, we built the place. I guess it is well. Prof. Esheo, thank you so much for that in the comment section. It's 9:39 p.m. So I wanted people to come up earlier. You guys didn't come up. At the time you are trying to come up now. Jesus is coming. It's not me that will talk to you. Every second of conversation with you makes people lose brain cells. It is detrimental to their mental wellness. Talking to you. Moses, you saw him in the comment section, calling your father and your parents pigs, and you are 60 years old. So after calling yourself, your children, your parents pigs, you now want to come and talk to me. Papa, you to use your brain, even if it's a pig's brain, use it small. You expect me to bring you up. But to be honest, sincerely, even if I bring you up, people lose brain cells. You talk like, like man, let me not say more than I've said. But that pig thing, you're describing your entire lineage. I have to remind you. People have to be telling you the truth. You don't have monopoly in me. I just don't talk. If I talk, I walk bull on. I come and lobby. Someone says make you laugh small. Not. I have to go. I wanted people to come up earlier. I said people, not him. People will suggest humans. The things wrote in the comment section earlier, you can't be a sane human being and write those things in the comment section. Jeez. I just didn't want to give it back to you at that point. But if you come now, I'll start talking. No. Let's just end it like this on a good note. Go and meet your fellow people that you call everywhere. Zoo. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Someone says Ibos created America. I think we'll listen to that tomorrow. There's a video. Woo! There's a video we did a while back. I'll play it tomorrow. That guy that I'm talking about, I just said the Ibos created America. It made me remember. I'll play it tomorrow. Where exactly are the Ibos from? That's the title of that video. And it's an honest inquiry. Like, they're from everywhere. Like, where exactly are these guys from? Someone says cosmopolitans. What? How do you come up with words like this? Bangs. Wow. You stopped me in my tracks. Ah. They share, people have mouth. All of you supporting PBAT, what happened to the Yoruba actor will be your portion very soon. Konimo, live forever, eh? I'm sure your grandparents are still alive, eating on the dung side. Why do you guys use death as a way to mock people? Guys, we started on a very somber note. What this person wrote just got me back in that place. Why do you use death to mock people as though you live forever? Your father that died in poverty, was it because of Tinubu? Konimo, it's an able boy. Your father that died, your grandfather that died in ridiculous poverty, where the smoke from your kitchen inside the room is just, if they had conducted autopsy on your grandfather, the head was full of soot everywhere. The brain was full of soot. If they had broken his skull, if they had cut his head to see it, not broken like hospital, made them do autopsy for you. Your grandfather's brain was full of soot. Was it Tinubu that caused it? I didn't like the fact that he died at 66, but it was accomplished. People are going to die at different ages. Someone says, when Ogogo news first broke, MC Lively said same thing. Now God catch him because he support APC. These children who are coming to politics with stupidity, they will learn. They will learn. And how they will learn is that this is what they are doing. I'll end on that note. Thank you, Ayanfe Jumare. They are copying a primitive way of engaging others in a complex society like Nigeria. And here's the crazy part. It's actually an ethnic way of engaging others. It's a particular ethnic ideology that has morphed into a political ideology, just as it did under Zik in NCNC. That's what you are seeing with the obedient movement. You are copying the Igbo way of getting involved in Nigerian politics. You will fail. And you get disillusioned. The person you wish death upon will not die. Your parents will be dropping like flies. And I'm not saying that because I curse you. It's because you have carried evil energy into your family house. And you guys, any small thing, you just wish people evil. Do you know that evil is in your home? Somebody dies. Oh, thank God, what is supporting Tinubu? Is there anybody that supported the P2B that's still alive? Do you not hear of those young? I don't want to mention any specific person because there's nothing to. As I'm talking right now, I just remember about 3. But it's death. The other day, when this guy lost his mother, GRV, It's death. And I'm saying this, if a Yoruba person you're in obedient movement, you need brain check. Oh. You are empowered oponu taja. Empowered oponu. Embaraja. Death. So Jeff's mom dies. So what should you do now? Oh, it's because what? People have to be. You guys are not properly raised, though. I don't know how an entire group just gets stunted at that level of evolution. It's crazy. People die. Anyway, let's end with our conversation on Alhaji Taiwo Hassan. Ogogo Makulodo. Yes, would have loved him to stay longer, but he touched the world, and his memory is blessed. His family is blessed. And his legacy is going to be intact by the grace of God. And God bless his family. May God take care of his children. And may his soul rest in peace. And for the rest of us who are here, let's learn from what happened to him. Take care of yourself. Yeah, take care of yourself and do well. Oga do good, oh, na good, oh. No one knows tomorrow. Orin Kenya, Barry J. The song is titled Tomorrow. Go and stream it on Spotify. Beautiful song. It's on YouTube as well. Tomorrow fit they make you know they